Hello, everyone. Good evening. Hope everyone is doing great. So I'll be starting the class in a few minutes. I'm just waiting for a few more people to join in.
Good evening, sir. Can you team viewer into my system and see what is going on with my skill set?
Yes. Is this Riaz?
Shakil,
Shakil. Okay. Can you repeat your question, Shakil? One more time.
I wanted to get into my system with team viewer and check my skill set because I'm really not sure because I did not get the same menus like the
I
one
know,
you.
I know. Okay, sure. No problem, no problem. Let me start the class and then I'll show you because there are few changes within Azure and I'm going to explain that and then I'm going to show the right way how to create a skill set. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Because I think everyone will be getting the same issue. So I will show you because there are few changes in there are a lot of changes within the portal from in the last 1 year and 2 years. So and the things are the fields are exactly the same, but they are in a different places.
Is Atif having the same old version or what? Because I don't think because if we are having subscription now, then everybody should have the same version of Portal.
Oh yeah, for sure. At the moment, it is exactly the same, but when I created the video, it at that time it was different.
Yeah, okay.
So don't worry, I'll show you all of the options here. Just 2 more minutes. I'm just waiting for 2 more minutes and I'll start. Okay, everyone. Let's begin. So first, I'm going to review the previous lecture, and at the same time, uh, I will be going through the questions as well. There are quite a few things that was discussed in the last lecture, and we needed to complete the labs as well. So first of all, Shakil is asking about the scale set. So I know that in scale set, there are changes as compared to my last video, but other than scale set, rest of the things, creating a VM and then setting up the VM properties, adding a disk, I think those are not too difficult. Um and then, so other than an availability set, and I've seen your screenshots. Thank you for sharing your screenshots as well. So Atif is asking a question. So I'm going to read that from the chat. So it could be portal version. Yes, the portal version is newer as compared to when I made the video in around 1 year or 2 years back. But the videos are in old version. When you're creating a VM, it doesn't enable the, yes. So yes, in the newer version, it does create the RDP port, and I will show you where it is. So that's one difference. For some reason, something works and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, very good. No problem, guys. The thing here is that the good thing is that you all tried. So I didn't receive the screenshots from everyone, But the thing is that there are so many services that we need to learn, and we will be learning them one by one, slowly moving into that. And since it is the first time, I mean, first time working with the Azure services, and some of you, it's the first time, some of you might be working before, but in this training, we will be touching the advanced topics as well. So before that, so Shakil already asked a question about skill set, and you're most welcome to unmute your mic and ask a question as well. Otherwise, you have the chat on the side, and you can type your question in. Okay, so now I can see, so let's quickly see how many people are logged in. We have Riaz, we have Ajmal, Ashar, Atif, Ikram, Human, Maria, Shakil. Okay, and there are few more people will be joining in later on, but I think they are a bit late. But so let's start with the quick review. So guys, in the last lecture and in the last few lecture, we started with the basic understanding of cloud computing. So here on the screen, you're seeing day two, what we covered in the day two. So we have covered understanding basic. So day one, we started understanding. Day one, we started working on cloud computing. Cloud computing has has three models: public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud. And the cloud offering. So we have already discussed a lot about public and private and hybrid cloud. So I'm going to quickly review this. If anyone has any question, you may ask anytime, now or later on as well. And there are three different cloud packages that all of these organizations are selling, which is infrastructure as a service, PaaS, platform as a service, and software as a service. And as an example, we used an example of an apartment like when we lease an apartment, an empty apartment, semi-furnished apartment, fully furnished apartment. So there is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. And then three major cloud providers at the moment is Microsoft Azure, AWS, and GCP. So these are major cloud providers. We also have a new term now. It is called CSPs, cloud service providers. So this is what we need to remember for the job market. When these companies will reach out to you, these will be CSPs, which is cloud service providers. And most of the time, they are MSPs as well, managed service providers.
Adnan,
So
can I interrupt you for a
provider
minute?
are people that are
Adnan,
that yes. Shakil,
small question. When we talk about infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and then the other one, that software as a service, we were discussing in future classes, like the platform as a service and software as a service is a cheaper solution. How come? Because they are providing us a furnished and semi-furnished apartment. How can it be expensive? How can it be cheaper?
right. Yes. So it's a good question. It's a good question. So I'm going to repeat that question for everyone. Everyone understood the question, but I'm just going to repeat it for so that if someone has missed the question is, and it's a logical question. I'm saying that infrastructure as a service and platform as a service are cheaper as compared to what? As compared to the on-premises environment. So when we calculate the cost of on-premises physical data center of the same magnitude of services, and same magnitude of services meaning that on-premises data center, we have servers, we have networking, we have security, we have cooling, we have lot of things. So let's say when we say that IaaS and PaaS is cheaper, we compare the cost of a running data center and comparing the cost of running data center of, let's say, 200 servers in a data center. That will cost somebody to manage 200 servers within a physical data center, anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million per month. And
One
that is
minute,
per,
one minute, one minute.
right.
Sorry to interrupt. I was thinking like we are comparing SaaS with PaaS and with IaaS. I did not thought like you are comparing with the premises servers. No,
Okay.
I was thinking like SaaS is cheaper than PaaS and PaaS is cheaper than IaaS. Is it like that?
Right. So okay, so so the first understanding that needs to be there, and and now I understand the question better. So the first understanding is that that cloud solutions are cheaper than physical data center.
Yeah,
Okay,
that
so
is
that
okay.
is
That's okay.
understandable.
Yeah.
And the second understanding is that if IaaS is cheaper than PaaS, yes, IaaS is also cheaper than PaaS. So let's compare a very simple service. So first of all, on one side we have IaaS, and the other side we have PaaS. Okay, and in the cloud solutions, IaaS is more expensive. So this is more expensive, and PaaS is cheaper. Now, cheaper. There is a technical reason for this. But before that, why the confusion came? Because I gave you guys an example for empty apartment and a semi furnished apartment, a fully furnished apartment. So that was just to show you that that this is infrastructure as a service and PaaS as a service. Now let's talk about that which one is more expensive. So let's take an example of a web server, just a simple web server. Now, web server can be deployed within the cloud as a IaaS solution, and it can be deployed as a PaaS solution. So if it is an IaaS solution, which basically means that this will be a one VM. So we need to lease a VM, number one. And number two, we will be installing IaaS service on this, number two. Number three, we will be getting a public IP address for this as well. And then this becomes a web server, number one. So this is number one. I mean, so what we are comparing, everyone, we are comparing that if IaaS is cheaper than, if IaaS is more expensive than PaaS. So this is just one VM. And let's say if this website that we are hosting becomes famous, and if it becomes famous, then we are going to need a load balancer as well, and as well as we are going to need scale sets as well, which means that this number of VMs will increase. So as soon as the number of VMs will increase, the cost will go up. Okay, so and remember that in IaaS, Microsoft is only providing us the VM. They are not providing us these services. So they are providing us just the infrastructure. Everything else we need to manage on our own, which means that we need to manage the licenses of the OS. We need to manage the licenses. We need to manage the IaaS service in the background. We also need to manage the databases. We also need to manage the load balancer and scale set. Okay, we can set up auto scaling, but we still need to manage everything. And this will cost, so in the long run, this will cost definitely more than a PaaS service. In a PaaS service, what happens is we will bring a website, and then we will bring a database, and that's it. And then we will host that in a complete web services solution. So all we need to do, we need to get an app service plan. And this we will discuss. There is a full chapter on this. So we need to get an app service plan. Then we will get a web app plan, web app slots. Then within the slots, we will host this website. And we don't need to worry about all this. So number one, there is convenience in PaaS services. And number two, Microsoft deliberately made it cheaper as compared to IaaS, so that people can come to start using PaaS services. So for the company, number one is that company doesn't have to worry about the infrastructure. They can concentrate more on their business, and then they can work on their website and everything. They don't need to worry about IaaS service. They don't need to worry about the load balancer, auto scaling, and everything. All they need to do is pay monthly fee for this app services plan. And when we calculate, because I've deployed that many times, when we calculate, this is 50% less than IaaS. So this is why it is cheaper. And since we are still on the third lecture of this training. Once we go on, once you see the use of load balancers and networking and virtual machines, you will see that it will make more sense. Okay.
You got it.
Okay. So. Okay. Okay, everyone. Everyone, feel free to ask any questions anytime. I know this is a new subject for most of the people, most of the participants, most of the students sitting here in this class, and I do understand and there are so many services that we need to learn. Okay, so what we need. Yes, please go ahead.
Sorry. No, just with regards to the IS, PaaS, and SaaS.
Right.
When an organization or a application is based off PaaS or even on SaaS, let's say if they're on PaaS, that means that they're also part of IS, right? Like by default. And similarly, like if somebody is part of like SaaS infrastructure or a design, then by default they're also like IaaS and PaaS.
Yes.
Because I cannot have like solution on a cloud when there is no infrastructure.
No, for sure. Even if we get a PaaS service, we will get a IaaS as well in the backend.
By default, yeah.
But the thing is that since I am not responsible for IaaS or the infrastructure as a service, so I don't care that how they are providing the service. I'm only concerned with that the service should be 99.999% available. Okay.
Correct.
So this is why we say, if I get a PaaS service, it's not my headache that if the infrastructure is 1 VM or 10 VMs.
Yep.
Okay. Good. But yes, nothing is without VMs. Actually, it is all about VMs. So in the backend, databases, application, all services, it's all about VMs. Okay. So guys, from the last week, yes, there is a confusion about scale set, and I really appreciate that some of you who have completed the labs, you will see that actually I want to complete the labs here as well, but since there are a lot of things here. There are a lot of concepts that needs to be clear, and so for that reason. But what I will try to basically do. I will try to show the basic steps of all of the services, and then you can complete the lab by following the video, or I will provide you the step by step sometimes as well, and I will be updating the videos as well. Okay. So before we can continue, here is the whiteboard. Here is the whiteboard, and I'm going to change the date here. And let's understand where we are at the moment. Okay, so guys, from the last lecture, we started with the understanding of VMs, virtual machines, a compute resource basically. The compute resource we started with. So I'm going to first draw here what we have learned so far, and then we will move in slowly. And so right here, first of all, this training is all about Microsoft Azure, number one. Number two, Azure is a cloud platform. So it's a cloud platform. Number three, Azure provides all the three types of computing models, which is basically what we just discussed. It provides IaaS services, PaaS services, and SaaS services. So it provides all three types of services. Number two, it also an Azure, Microsoft Azure, and AWS and GCP. They all provide all three types of computing models. There are a public cloud model, and private cloud, and hybrid cloud option. They provide hybrid cloud options. So as a public cloud, they provide all of the services that we are learning from the portal. So when we log into the portal.azure.com, this is called public cloud offering. And for the private cloud, Microsoft provides something called Azure Stack. And Azure Stack, we will, in the networking lecture, we will learn a little bit about Azure Stack. We won't be able to go into huge big detail. This is not the goal of this exam. Azure Stack is completely different service, but I will show you, actually, I will share with you all the information that is required to actually talk about Azure Stack within the interviews or within the company. Later on, you can become an expert of Azure Stack as well. But Azure Stack is basically a private offering, private cloud offering. Later on your own, if you want to get more knowledge, you can search for the word Azure Stack and HCI solution. HCI is hyper configured infrastructure. Sorry, I'm just missing the word for C. Hyper-converged infrastructure, yes. It is hyper-converged infrastructure, and it's not a new term. Before it used to be used, and this is, yes, hyper-converged, Ajmal is saying, yes. And in hybrid cloud offering, in hybrid cloud, Azure, Microsoft Azure and AWS, what they provide, they connect their public cloud offering from Azure to the local data center with Azure Stack. So this is what they call as a public cloud, which is called hybrid cloud offering. Now, hybrid cloud offering is not only this type of infrastructure. It can be an infrastructure as a connection between AWS and Azure. And nowadays, so recently in the last 6 months or 7 months, they have a dedicated link between Azure and AWS. Azure and AWS and other cloud as well. So Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, so OCI, which is Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. So these all clouds are connected. So which means if a company has their infrastructure, some of their infrastructure in Azure and their other infrastructure in AWS, they can now connect to each other. So this is also called hybrid cloud offering. Okay, and after this, we started talking about compute. We started talking about the compute resource, and within the compute resource, we went through the building blocks. The building blocks that we started with. So first of all, compute is all about VMs. Compute is all about VM. Whenever the word compute comes, it is all about creating the VMs. So what are the other three important things that we need to? That is basically the fundamental components of a cloud. Number one is compute. And number two is storage. And number three is networking. So these three services will be part of all of the services. So these three services will be part of all of the services, whereas the first one is compute, and the last lecture was about compute resource. So let's quickly review our building block here that we discussed last time. So in this compute resource, what we learned that whenever the word compute is discussed or compute is used within the cloud within the cloud architecture. Within the cloud architecture, compute is all about working with VMs. So it starts with the VM. So why am I keep on saying that compute is all about working with virtual machine? Because storage is all about disk, and networking is all about routers and switches. So whenever so these are the three things that makes up the complete infrastructure, even the data center. So small data center, in a physical data center, what do you have in physical data center? In physical data center are made up of servers, and all these servers are connected to a switch. They are all connected to a switch, and that makes up a small network. And so within this, and then if you need to connect 2 or 3 data centers, 2 or 3 networks. So this is network number 1. This is network number 2. And what connects the 2 network? Router. So router is in between that connects the two network. So basically this is part of networking. This is part of a compute, and the storage that we use is basically stores everything. And storage can be internal or external. So let's talk about compute resource, and compute is all about virtual machines. When we create a virtual machine creates a disk within the storage account. And today we will be creating a storage account as well. And in here, so in the storage account, OS disk is created. And then we can also create a data disk, and we can keep on adding more and more data disks. And the more and more data disks you add and more resources you add, and each and everything, it will make this VM more and more expensive. So each and every icon here you see is considered as a resource. It is considered as a resource. So VM is a resource, disk is a resource, and then we have extensions. Extensions are those agents that are installed on each and every virtual machine. So there are paid agents as well, and there are free agents as well. So agents, they are called extensions, and in real environment we call them agents. It can be an antivirus agent, it can be a backup agent, and one extension that you see right here is known as diagnostics extension, and that provides the basic monitoring. So this agent is free, but this one is not free. And then there are many. When we create a VM, I'll show you, and some of you have already created a VM, so you're already aware of this. So when we create a VM, OS disk is created. Where it is created? It is created within the storage account. So this is number 4. So now there are 4 resources that we know of. And then VM is created, we do a basic monitoring. So this is another third resource. And that basic monitoring is done through this extension. If you need to do advanced monitoring, then then basically you can use log analytics. And when you have a VM, you need to take backups as well. For backup, Microsoft provides the Azure Backup Service for free. This is number 7. And so this service is free, but where the backup is stored is not free. So this is where the data will be stored, and this is not free. This is known as Recovery Vault. And we also talked about site recovery services. With the site recovery services, I think some of you, actually we had this reviewed at the end of the lecture, at the start of the lecture as well. And I keep on repeating these things because the thing is, a person is considered a cloud expert or a cloud architect who can stand outside the cloud and can read the complete cloud. So it's exactly like when you're an architect. So repetition of these services, these quick definitions is very, very important. And I'm sure that you might have already reviewed this from the last lecture. Okay, so Recovery Services Vault does 2 things here. Number 1, it is used for DR activities. Number 2, it is also used for migration. So all types of migrations that we do within Azure, it is done through ASR. Site recovery services. Then we also talked about, so these are the basic things that are available to the VM resource. But when we talk about high availability, the very first thing is scale set. In the scale set, what happens is we can create multiple VMs. We can automatically scale up and scale, we can automatically scale up, and we can scale, what was the other word? If anyone can remember. So there are 2 types of scaling there.
Scale out.
Yes, scale up and scale out. So guys, we have already discussed that. So
scale up and scale out.
Yes. So whatever you can remember, you can also keep typing that in the chat window. So it will basically a review for yourself as well. So just keep typing that in the chat window. If you want to speak, you can unmute your mic and speak as well. So scale up and scale out. We discussed about scale up and scale out as well, and that is part of the scale set. I'm going to create a scale set right after that because there is some confusion about the scale set, and it has to be, this confusion has to be there because the portal is a bit changed, and but everything is there. I just need to show it to you. Second one is availability set. Availability set, what were the two things in the availability set? Just write that in the chat window, whoever remember. I mean, it's exactly like an interview question. What do you know about the availability set? And the two things that comes to our mind in availability set is fault domain and update domain. Very good. It is fault domain and update domain. So we talk about fault domain and update domain. And then comes the auto scaling part. Auto scaling part is basically, in auto scaling part, we can automatically, this is the VM, we can scale out or we can scale up a VM based on the metric value, based on the CPU usage, based on the disk activities, based on the memory usage. We can automatically increase the number of VMs or decrease the number of VMs. And then all these VMs and all these services, and then we have a container service. Container service is basically, later on in application, in app services, we will discuss more on container service, but at the moment, I think we should get a basic understanding of a container service. When it comes to a container service, it is something like this. Where's the whiteboard here? So whiteboard. So container service, and I'm going to give you a very high definition, very high level definition of a container service now. So container service. Now container service, the example is in a container service, what we do, we create a container around an application. So what is a container service? It is exactly like a container that we use in our real life. So in our real life, we have containers. What does a container do? A container can ship services or goods from one city to another city. It can also ship services. Okay, what happened? Okay, sorry, my screen got blank. So in real life, container, it ships good from one city to another city. Number one, it ships good from one country to another country. Right? So this is what container is. And what is the good thing about the container? The best thing about the container is that everything that we move from one city to another city or one country to another country, that all the goods are secure inside. Why they are secure inside? All the goods are secure inside because this container is made up of steel, number one, and some containers have proper cooling as well, and to protect from moisture and all. So this container basically can hold everything inside for maybe a month or maybe 2 months. So this is why it is known as container. So some people who are living in US, Australia, and Canada, they bring goods from Asia, they bring goods from different places. So they don't worry about, because the container is very, very strong. So guys, keeping that in mind, in cloud services, container, the concept of container is exactly the same. From Azure to AWS to GCP to OCI, which is Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. So all of them, they have the same. So what happens is, keep that in mind, that container is secure, container has everything. So this is what used to happen. So before container services, we used to have, let's say, take an example of a website. If a website is hosted on a server, then in that website, basically that website is part of an operating system, number one. Number two, so within the same, the website is also on the server, and sometimes sometimes we have some other applications on the server as well. So the complete resources of this server, which is CPU, memory, and the disk, and then other resources are basically divided among these three different services. I mean, these CPU, memory, and disk, the resources are divided among these three different resources. And then if by chance your computer is infected by a virus, if your computer is infected by a virus, then all of the resources will be taken by the virus, and you won't have enough resources for the website or your application and so on. So So in order to work with this, before the container service, I mean, even now, if people are not going into a container service, or container is connected to some other services that you need to be an expert of, that somebody needs to be an expert of. We as a cloud architect, we as a cloud admin, we are not responsible for this service, container service, but we are responsible to understand the container service. Then who is responsible for the container service? DevOps or SysOps admins. So they are the developers, the programmers, they are responsible for but what part we are responsible? We are responsible for the infrastructure. So in order to understand a container service, so this is one example where website is not getting enough resources. So Microsoft and all these cloud providers, they provided this, and this is not a new concept. This concept is very, very old. Java used to use it. Within Java, this concept is being used. People who are coming from the development background, they already know that this concept is old. So what happens is that within the same server, if we create a container, or if we get a container in Azure, we can get a reserved resources for just a website. So I'm going to have my website, and I'm going to say that this website will be provided 2 vCPUs and 10 GB of memory. 10 GB of memory. So regardless of how many applications are working on this VM, containers can be on the VM, container can be an IaaS solution, containers can be a PaaS solution as well. So in both cases, this website will get its own number of resources regardless of how many other services are being used. So basically, same as a container in the real life, that you are securing the goods, here we are securing the website and providing it all of the resources. So this service is known as a container service. Now, the container service is attached to Docker's. Microsoft implementation is Docker's, and then there are others as well. So here, and since it is related to a VM at the moment, this is why it is considered as a IaaS solution for a VM. So in terms of compute, we are responsible for the VM and the resources provided to a container. So then, so these are the high availability option, and we discussed about the network interface, app service, and cloud service, and service fabric. There is a full chapter on this, but basically within these, this is a PaaS implementation, and exactly like someone when mentioned, that even if it is a PaaS, it is related to a IaaS service. So in the background, if we get a app service, at the moment, we're not going into that detail. What is an app service? How do you register it? So there is a full chapter on this. Don't worry about this. But mainly, app service is related to website, and it is related to mobile services. So we can manage and create websites and smartphone apps and all that. And the serverless computing is also part of VM. And then for all these, this is a workflow application. This is a ready-made functions that are available that we can use to create VMs just by running those functions. And within the security, and we will be discussing that in a separate chapter. So, and then for the security, we have Security Center, we have Active Directory, we have Key Vault services. So this is what we discussed last time. So now we're in the lab, what I'm going to show you is basically creating a scale set. So first of all, we can create a VM as well. We can create a VM. I mean, so I'm not going to go into those basic exercises because we all know that how to create these VMs. So first of all, this is the portal. This is an Azure portal, number one. And number two is, within the Azure portal, we can create all these different resources. So now, how many of you tried a scale set at home? So please just type yes in the chat window, please. That how many of you have tried a scale set at home? So Atif, Shakil, Ajmal, and so only 3%. So only 3 people tried scale set, number one. And how many of you tried availability set? So Human also tried. Okay, Asher tried, and availability set, Atif also tried. Okay. Very good. So first of all, I'm going to show you what I'm going to create a scale set. So in order to create a scale set, we need to have that basic understanding. If you don't have the basic understanding, it will be a bit difficult, but as you can see, now we can create the scale set right here. So the very first thing, what is happening on the scale set? So just in a very quick understanding, if I can create that here. So in a scale set, in this example, what I'm going to do is, and this will take not more than 10 minutes to create a scale set. So what the scale set we are about to create is for a website. And one thing to remember, scale set can only be created for a service that can replicate on different VMs. Scale set cannot be created for a service that cannot be on the same VM. For example, can a scale set be created for a database? No, scale set cannot be created for a database. Can a scale set be created for an Exchange server? A mailbox server that has mailboxes? No, scale set cannot be created for anything that cannot be replicated on the service. So most of the time, scale sets are used for the websites or the web apps in the background. So first of all, this is a website, and the website will be hosted on our VMs, and we are creating this scale set based on VMs. So very first thing, what we do, so we have two ways, actually few ways to do this. We can create a VM, and then we can deploy a website, and then we can create a scale set and add the VM to the scale set as well. So we can do this, but the easiest way to do a scale set, and that basically in even real environment, we don't go without planning. So in the real environment, first we plan, and then we implement all this. So within the real environment, first we plan that, okay, I need a website that will be load balanced throughout, that will be load balanced. And on this website, we already have analysis. We already complete our analysis that this website will be getting, let's say, 50,000 hits every day. If it is getting 50,000 hits every day, and there are tools that can let us know that how much CPU you need, and how much other resources are required. This is all done by web developers who are developing those websites, and the marketing strategies and all. So based on all that planning, let's say we decided to create a scale set. So if we decided to create a scale set, and scale set will be deployed in this manner. So scale set, for a scale set, what we do, we create a scale set. Number one, we will go into Azure and we will create a scale set. And once we create this scale set, in this scale set, we will also create a scale set rule. So first, when we create a scale set, we will provide a name for the scale set, number one, and then what we do, we also select a region where this scale set needs to be created. And then, okay, so the high level plan is that we will have 2 VMs in this scale set to start with. So there will be 2 VMs to start with. And at any point in time, if the 2 VMs reaches 80%, then the scale set will automatically add the third VM. So this is called scale out rule. And then we will create a scale in rule as well. Scale in rule is that as soon as the capacity, the use of CPU from all of these VMs reaches 30% in the last 10 minutes, then it will scale in. So one is scale out rule, which is increasing the VM, and one is scale in rule, that will decrease the VM. So for that, first of all, we create the scale set, and then within the scale set, we will create a rule, and then we will the rule will be exactly this: minimum 2 VMs, maximum, let's say, 5 VMs, and then the scale out rule is 80%. It will be on 80%, and scale in rule is 30%. So this is number one. Number two, we will also provide a public IP address to all of the VMs. Why do we need to provide a public IP address to all these VMs? Because you cannot install, you cannot access the VM from anywhere if you don't provide a public IP address. So here, I mean, rest of the things are simpler. Creating a skill set is fine. Creating a rule is fine because the rule is already there. The one thing that they made a bit complex is the location of public IP address and the load balancer. Okay. So later on within the networking lecture, not today, within the networking lecture, we will add a load balancer to a scale set as well. So at the moment, I'm going to create a scale set with the rules, with the public IP address, and we will see that how easy it is to manage. I'm not saying that I mean, it's too easy. No, it's not. Without proper understanding, you won't be able to. Without proper understanding, we won't be able to manage it, troubleshoot it, or work with it. So in order to create a skill set, there are a few ways to go into the skill set. Number one, I can search for the word scale. So scale, I can search for the word scale set, number one. And number two, I'm gonna add a scale set. And as soon as it starts, so what I can do is, okay. So I think it will be better that if I can create a small video for this as well. I mean, you will be getting the lecture video, but this creating a scale set, I will save this video and then you can follow the video later on. So. Okay. Okay, my software is not opening. Anyway, so I can create a video later on. So, so in the scale set, all what I need to do, I can find the scale set service, number one, and number two is that I would create a new scale set. And when you create a new scale set, it will ask you for the basic you need to enter that basic information. You need to create your own resource group, or if you already have an existing resource group, you can use your existing resource group. And resource group, remember that all of the VMs that you are creating later on that you can add to the scale set should be part of the same resource group, and the public IP address, the load balancing, everything needs to be part of the same resource group. If you create a scale set in one resource group and then you create other resources that are used in the scale set, like a public IP address or a load balancing in another resource group, they won't work. So I'm going to use my existing resource group, which is IT department, number one, and then I'm going to name this scale set. So I'm going to name this scale set as PASS and then scale set 0009. So we name it properly. Number two, it will be in a Canada Central region. You can select your own region, whatever is near. I use Canada Central region because this region has all the services. Not all of the regions have all services, but this region has all of the services. So I'm going to select Canada Central here. We don't need to select availability zone here. It is not applicable for this one. It is applicable for the VMs. For the image, I'm going to use Server 2012. You can use Ubuntu as well. You can use your own scale set. So you can use your own operating system. And then a spot instance, we are not using any spot instance for this. And for the username, since it is a Windows machine, it will be. So I'm gonna use a username so that I can log in. Passadmin. Okay, so in here, nothing. So there is, I mean, all of this is basic information. So Windows and the size of the VM is 1 CPU and 3.5. This is fine as a size, and this is the cheapest VM that you can change the size of the VM as well. And I'm going to go to disks. Within disk, it will provide, so within the disk, we have two options. We can select premium disk or we can select the standard SSD. Just need to remember that whenever you select a premium disk, this is premium disk will or premium storage. Premium disk, premium storage will be charged 24/7, even if the machine is off. So if you shut down a virtual machine, then there is no charges for the virtual machine. So in the previous screen, we saw that when you create a virtual machine, it will be monthly $64 per month, which will be divided into the number of hours we use. So if you shut down a virtual machine, then there is no charges. There is no charges for the virtual machine. But if you select a premium disk, there will be a charges for use of premium disk. So if you're using 10 GB or 5 GB or whatever capacity you're using for premium disk, it will be charged always. And for standard disk, standard disk is not charged. So, and then when do we use premium disk or standard disk? Why? So Ajmal is saying, why do we select standard? Why do we select standard VM? Why do we select standard VM? Where is standard VM? So actually we can change the size as well. I mean, it's up to you. You can select any type of VM. So standard VM is just for use standard procedures like these. So like a web server, it's like a web server, you can select any other type of VM as well. Can we add 2 vCPUs? So Ajmal is asking a question. Can we have 2 vCPUs? Yes, we can have 2 CPU, but okay, yeah, it's a good question. The question is about, let's say if we take this standard standard VM, can I add 2 CPUs later on? Or can I add more RAM later on? No, this is not the case. We cannot, just like in the physical environment, we cannot add or remove resources from these ready-made size of VM. So the only thing what we can do is we can change the size of the VM. For example, if you don't want 1 vCPU and you need to have a VM with 2 vCPU, then we can go into the select size. So I'm going to go into select size here. I can select from here. It's a general purpose VM, and we can select a VM with 2 vCPUs here, and we can select a VM with 8 GB of RAM. And on this side, you can see that it will increase the payment as well. It will increase the payment as well. And here you see this is per hour payment showing here. And then, so the one that I've selected is this one, and the per hour payment is 9 cents. So it's 9 cents, right? So later on, if you want to change the size of the VM, then you cannot add a CPU. What we do is we shut down a VM and change the size of the VM. So you can just come here and change the size and select this VM. So the charges will change and the size will change as well. So this is a good question for the understanding of everyone, that we cannot add just the number of resources. We need to change the complete size of the VM. Okay, and okay, so I will have to add the information again. So selecting a resource group, and then we have the name of the scale set. So a unique name and the region that we can select. And here I'm going to select Windows VM. And since it is a web server, we need to have that understanding that web server requires IaaS. So IaaS service within the web server, we will be installing later on. But here, this will be just a simple VM. So I'm going to provide the and then the number of disks that we need to add. Yes, yeah, you know, I used to use Zoom. So Ajmal is saying that Zoom service is awesome. Yes, it is Zoom is much better than even it's better than the WebEx. So within the disk, I can add a standard disk. So we can go with the standard disk here. And then encryption, we don't need encryption for this. There is a security lecture where we will discuss about encryption and all. We don't need a second disk here as well. So there is nothing that we need to select on this page within the advanced. What do we have? Yes. So there is, so we can select something called managed disk or unmanaged disk. Now, managed disk, there are two types of disks available for all these VMs. Number one is managed disk, and number two is unmanaged disk. Now, let me quickly. Managed and unmanaged disk. So managed and unmanaged disk is a concept that we need to remember here. So this is a diagram provided by Microsoft. So within managed disk, what happens is, number one is, what is the Microsoft recommendation about a disks when we create a VM? So first of all, Microsoft recommendation is that always use a managed disk. Now here on this side, you are seeing here unmanaged disk. And on this side, this is managed disk. Now within managed disk, what happens is Microsoft will make sure that all of the VMs, actually, let me take a screenshot and bring it to a whiteboard here. So this one, so what are we learning, everyone? We are learning now difference between a managed and unmanaged disk. So here, managed and unmanaged disk. So first of all, recommendation from Microsoft is that we need to use managed disk. And then what is the difference between a managed and unmanaged disk? Guys, unmanaged disk, we have seen that we have an option for yes or no. If we go with unmanaged, no means that we are going with unmanaged disk. So this is the scenario. In unmanaged disk, we will be responsible for all the data of the VMs of the 3 servers, and we need to make sure that the 3 copies exist for each data. But if we go with the managed disk, then it is Microsoft responsibility that Microsoft will provide 3 copy of all the data that is in that we are using. So for example, if we are using one VM, let's take an example of one disk. So if we are using one disk, this disk will be copied. This disk will have 3 copies of this disk within the same data center. In different places. Maybe in rack 1, disk 1 is in rack 1, disk 2 is in rack 2. So what happens is, in managed disk, it provides us the 3 copies automatically if we go with managed disk, and these 3 copies are responsibility of Microsoft. But if we go with unmanaged disk, then in unmanaged disk, we need to make sure that the 3 copies, we will still get the 3 copies, but the 3 copies, we need to make sure that it is present in different storage units. So here from the slide, from this picture, we can see in unmanaged disk, if you look at the storage unit, the storage unit is, if you go with unmanaged disk and you're not able to properly distribute the data, then it is possible that all the 3 copies of the same disk or the same data exist in one storage unit, which means that based on the software level, you have 3 copies, but hardware level, it is a single point of failure. Whereas in managed disk, if we go with managed disk, then Microsoft will make sure that 1 copy is in storage unit 1, and the second copy is in storage unit 2, and the third copy is in storage unit 3. So this is the main difference between managed and unmanaged disk.
Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
On this manage and unmanage, what was the difference in dollar? Is a huge difference?
Managed and unmanaged, there is no difference. So this is by default provided by Microsoft, and there is no extra cost for having a managed disk.
Okay, if they are providing with no cost, why they're having the option unmanaged and managed then?
Yes, so it is maybe it is just for the maybe a backward compatibility, or it may be it is provided maybe a company wants to keep their data according to their own requirement or their own architecture. So maybe they planned it very well to a level where they can select the storage unit within the data center as well, within the data center with the communication with Microsoft, that we will don't worry about this, we will make sure that our storage is safe and this is our own responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but Microsoft's recommendation is whenever you create a disk or whenever you create a storage, it should be managed. For a scale set, it has to be for load balancing and auto scaling, it has to be a managed disk. And few services, PaaS services, and some other services in Azure, it is required that all the disks have to be managed. If you have unmanaged disk, then those services you cannot access. Okay. Okay, so as we know now the difference between managed and unmanaged disk. So here I'm not going to change anything at the moment, and we will go to next here. There is something called so within the networking, guys. This is where this is where we need to assign the public IP address. Why do we need a public IP address? First of all, when you're accessing a scale set, it is connected to this VNet, and VNet, we haven't covered a VNet. We need more details about VNet. There is a next tomorrow's lecture will be all about VNet. So we will go into that detail. So for now, the network that we are using is the network that is already created for our scale set. So this is a default network. We haven't created anything. And then all of these VMs, the VMs that will be in the scale set, they will require IP address. So they will require a local IP address, and also they require a public IP address as well. In order to provide them a public IP address, we will edit this option. And within this option, basically we are editing the NIC requirement, so which is the network interface requirement. And here we need to select allow selected ports. And when you allow selected ports here, then you can create an inbound rule for RDP. And you also need to select an inbound rule for we also need to select an inbound rule for port 80 as well. Since it is a web server, we need port 80, and also we need port 338. This is for RDP. So this is basically, I would say it's misplaced now as compared to the previous portal. Now we need to go into that. Previously in the previous portal, this option was right on the first screen, but now this is part of the network interface settings, because there might be a chance where people don't need to use RDP. They don't need to enable RDP on the VM. Why? Because of the security reasons. So if we don't enable this option, then what are the consequences? The consequences of this, if we don't enable this option, then by default, you cannot log in from your physical data center directly to that VM. Then what is the other way of logging in? The other way is jump host. So the other way is that we will log into a jump host, one server that is sitting in the parameter or the DMZ zone. From there, we can log in using the private IP address. So for that reason, to start with, it was not enabled. These ports are not enabled, but in our case, since we need to check the scale set, since we need to log in, so we will enable this rule to create to open port 80 for us, and also port RDP. RDP port needs to be open as well. And once this is done, we need a public IP address. Yes. So if we enable this port, if you enable the port will be enabled for private IP address, but we also need public IP addresses for this. Now, if you
can you scroll it up, please?
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you scroll it up, because I don't have that IP address which you selected. Before by default it was department VNet, right? And then what did you do? How did you select another one? Because I don't have any other network address there.
Okay, so are you on the same screen as I am?
Yes, and actually, on the virtual network it says that VNet, but then you said you have to select something else. Yeah.
So what do you see at the moment here? Is it written something here?
Yeah, it's written IT department VNet.
Okay, that is fine. So I haven't changed anything. We are using the same VNet.
Oh, I see. And
Right.
then,
So yeah, we will be using the same. We don't change anything on this one. And then within the, we will select the IP and then we will edit this IP.
okay.
And then within that, we will enable the port. So that is basically, once you do this, then your scale set will be automatically configured after that. So here, I'm just gonna click OK on this. And then rest of the setting, we don't need a load balancer at the moment. I can add a load balancer, but then it will require more understanding, and load balancer we will cover in the networking section. In the networking, we need more understanding. For now, we don't need a load balancer. It will be a scale set, and scale set will automatically increase or decrease. And the next one is, next option is scaling. So remember from the slide, we said that as soon as it reaches 80%, it will increase the number of VMs. So here, that setting is, scale set setting is right here. I can start with minimum 2 VM, or I can start with 1 VM as well. So let's say I'm not expecting too much load right from the start. So I can start with 1 VM. But if we later on need to make it load balance, we need to start with at least 2 VMs. Number one. Number two is I can go with custom policy. So here we can create a policy later on. If I go with manual, then I will have to create this policy later on. But I can create a policy right now here as well, which is number of VMs, minimum number of VMs is 2 VMs. Number two, maximum number of VMs is 10 VMs. I can reduce it down to, let's say, 4 VMs. And then the scale out threshold is 75. I can make it 80. As soon as it reaches 80, in the last 10 minutes, increase 1 VM. And maximum VMs will be 4 VMs. And then the CPU threshold for scaling in is 30. I'm going to choose 30, and then 1 VM, decrease by 1 VM, and that is it. And that is it. So diagnostic logging, this is just for monitoring purposes. You can enable it, you don't enable it, it's fine. But if you enable it, then it might increase the cost, because it will go into advanced monitoring. But by default, it will be automatically, Azure scale set will be automatically monitoring this, and it will scale in and scale out all of the VMs automatically. So here, nothing needs to be done here. And then within the scale in policy, here we have different type of policy. We have balance across availability zone, fault zone automatically. Yes, we need to go with this. Or you can make your own availability zone policy and then delete. So we will go with the default policy and keep it simple. Even in the real environment, we keep it with the default policy. So the two important things about the scale set is, when you create a scale set and when you select networking, most of the time, if we don't enable port 3389, then we won't be able to access the virtual machines. And I think Atif said within the WhatsApp group that you had to create a RDP port. That was a smart option. So you had to do it manually, whereas if you would have done it right here, then it would have been automatic. But that was good on your part that you went out of the box and then you created the RDP rule and then access the VM. Within the management, we don't need to select anything here. This is basic monitoring. And then here we have storage account. So this is basic monitoring and storage account. We don't need a service ID here. Automatic upgrade, we don't recommend that Microsoft should automatically upgrade the VMs. No, we don't want this. We want it to be we want to manually upgrade the OS if required, and we want to be notified when the instance is terminated. So basically, when it's scaling in, when it will scale in, then what happens is it will delete a VM. When it deletes a VM, we want that notification within the notification window, within the notification, which is right here. So when the VM is deleted, you will basically see this notification within here. Health probing, this is advanced monitoring. We don't need advanced monitoring at this point. Within advanced, we have allocation policy. So this is required. This allocation policy is only required when you have beyond 100 instances. So if your skill set is basically, if your skill set, your analysis, or you are thinking that your skill set will go beyond 100 instances, then we enable this option. Otherwise, we don't need we don't need this option for the allocation policy. And why this option is here? This option is here for the purpose of basically that if VMs needs to go into multi-regions, I mean, you can think of 100 instances. 100 instances won't be required in the same region and on only Canada Central. 100 VMs will be across throughout the world, or maybe throughout the continent. So for that reason, we can enable it, but if we, at the moment, we're not enabling it. So Abdul asked a question. So Abdul is asking a question, need more clarification of number of VMs to decrease by. So if I go back to scaling here, decrease by, meaning decrease by simply is that it will decrease by 1 VM. So let's say, if I say, you know, as soon as it reaches 30% CPU aggregated value of the complete use of CPU for all the VMs within the skill set, then decrease by 2 VMs. So which means 2 VMs will be stopped, deleted, removed. If I say no, decrease by 1 VM, then it means that it will be at least 1 VM it will decrease by. So I think that should be clear. If you have any other question, let me know. So here, and then health, and then advanced, and tagging is just tagging. We know that tagging is not, tagging is which department the skill set belongs to. So here I'm going to type here department, and the department is IT. So this is just a simple tagging, and I'm going to create the skill set. Okay, Human is asking a question. What is the standard in real job for the part of scale in and scale out? So Human, the scale in and scale out, it's almost the same thing what I just said. It is 80% of CPU, or 70% of CPU, and 30% of scale in. As soon as it reaches 30%, it will scale in the VM, and as soon as it reaches more than 80%, it will start increasing the CPU. So that is that is how it is configured in the real environment. But guys, as being a Azure architect, as being an Azure admin, we need to keep an eye on use of resources. So scale sets and auto scaling is not used 24/7 in all the environments. Basically, it is used as per requirement. So let's say for a holiday season, we need to increase the number of CPUs and decrease the number of CPUs. Because if you just keep on increasing and decreasing for normal websites as well, then maybe it might be a virus that used the CPU, and then maybe in one night you are being charged for 10 extra VMs. So it requires a proper planning and all, but skill set is configured exactly in the same manner. So now, since it will take some time, and we can come and check on this again. So the next thing that I wanted to talk about is backup of the VMs. So when we create a backup of the VM, backup of the VM is being created automatically by, it's not automatic, we need to enable the backup, but for the backup, we need to create a recovery vault. So, so this one, I think this is, so, okay. So let's talk a little bit about a backup of the VM. So I'll just let it go. Actually, it is done. So I'm gonna create one VM, or maybe we can wait for the VMs to be created, and then we can come back and check the backup. Okay. So for the backup, the very first thing we need is a recovery vault. So first we create a recovery vault. We discussed the recovery vault last time, but here is the recovery vault, how the recovery vault is created. So what is a recovery vault? Recovery vault is a storage place where we keep the backup. So recovery vault is different from a storage account. The storage account that we need to discuss today, we will go into more detail about storage account. But recovery vault is a place where we keep the backups. So recovery vault is a bit cheaper as compared to a normal service account. So first of all, we are creating a recovery vault. So let's first understand what are we trying to do in the lab. So we are trying to take a backup of this VM. So now that we have a VM available, we need to take a backup of this VM. Now, if we need to take a backup of this VM, so first of all, this VM is sitting already in a storage account. So storage account, and storage account is basically a place where it has the OS disk of the OS disk of this VM is already sitting. So if you have any data disk available, that is also sitting within the storage account. So this is where the disks are sitting. Now, in order to take the backup, when we take a backup of this VM, this backup doesn't go into the storage account. Microsoft provided a separate storage for this, and that storage is basically known as a recovery vault. So this storage will be a recovery vault. Recovery vault is not created by default. So recovery vault is not created by default. We need to create that recovery vault. And once the recovery vault is created, so recovery vault is created, then what we do, so recovery vault is there, then we enable the backup on this, enable backup. When we enable the backup, it will ask for the location of the recovery vault, number one. And secondly, it will ask for the backup policy. And backup policy will dictate that how frequently this VM needs to be backed up. So number one, VM. Number two, recovery vault. And number three, what we need to remember is that we need to enable the backup. And number four, we need to select a backup policy. And once we select a backup policy, we can go with the default policy, or we can create our own custom policy. So custom policy is backup every night. So every night backup. So which means that if you select a custom policy and your own policy, then if you're selecting a backup policy for this, then what happens is it will create one backup every night. So backup is not very difficult to remember. So four things to remember here, and this is what I'm going to do in the lab. So storage account. Riaz is saying, you said open a new new storage account. So yes, so what happens is, Riaz, so today's chapter is about storage account, and I'm going to go into storage account needs more details. So right after this, we will start the storage account as well. But at the moment, when we created the VM, storage account is automatically created for us. Okay, we haven't done anything with the storage account. The only thing we know about the storage account is that storage account is created when a VM is created, and we have OS disk sitting here. So now I'm going to create a recovery vault. First of all, I'm going to create a recovery vault, and then we will enable backup on one of the VMs just to see that how it works. So right here, I'm going to create so I'm going to use the same resource group that I am using, which is IT department. Now about a resource group. So about a resource group, hold on, let me see. The time at the moment is 7:50. So can we take a break in 10 minutes? So in 10 minutes, let me just start this. We will start this. So Shakil is saying that we need a break. Yes, we do need a break in 10 minutes. So in about 8 p.m. we will take a break. So guys, here we have a resource group, which is a IT department resource group, and I'm going to create a recovery vault now. So guys, in Azure, everything is easy to understand, but the very first thing is if we have the if we can understand the concept, and then once you go through this concept, this becomes very, very easy to remember. So we understood the concept of recovery vault, number one, and now we are about to create the recovery vault right here. So right here, IT department number 1, and the vault is the organization name. So you can, based on your own naming convention, you can go with. So I'm going to say pass, and this is recovery vault 001. Recovery vault 001, I'm going to choose, and there is nothing else in here. There is tag and there is review. So I'm going to just create and review for this. So once the recovery vault is created, so recovery vault is being created, at the same time, I will let it create and I will jump back to the, I will jump back to my scale set. So I will go back to scale set. And once you are actually, I can go from all resources as well. So I can go from all resources. And within the resources, I can see this is the scale set. You can basically sort it by type. And here is the scale set. So within the scale set, now what happens is, remember that it is a scale set. It is a combination of machines. It has many machines inside. So to start with, it should have 2 virtual machines. And within this scale set, so on this side in the overview, we see that it is part of the resource group this, and public IPs are not assigned to a scale set at the moment because there is no load balancer. So for the scale set, if you need to assign a public IP address, then we need a load balancer. So at the moment, we're not accessing the complete scale set from outside. Later on, when we add the load balancer, but what we can add here is the instances. So within the instances, and actually before going into the instances, let's quickly skim through this. So location is Canada Central, virtual network is IT department, and then operating system is Windows. Size of the VM is this. Auto scaling is on here, and here we get a basic monitoring of these of the scale set. Just a basic monitoring, and here you can see it can go up to 10% right here when the VMs are being when the VMs are started. Since the VMs are started, and before that it was right at 4%. And if you go down, the networking also here it changed because the VMs are working. Within the activity log is like an event log for these services. So within activity log, everything is logged. Everything is logged. So whatever is machine doing, whatever is skill set doing, whatever we are doing, so everything is here within the activity log. Within the access control, we can set up the security for this. Who can access this skill set? Who can access this from outside? Who can access this from inside? So we have a chapter on Active Directory and security. We will discuss that within that chapter. At the moment, we will be accessing everything as an owner. So as an owner, we can access everything, and with the account that we create. This is the tag that we created. Diagnose and solve a problem is another service that is provided to us here. I mean, it is more like a documentation, basic troubleshooting, basic performance troubleshooting. So at the moment, I'm not gonna go into that. Later on, we have a chapter on monitoring where we can go into more details. So the main thing that we are looking here for is instance. So it has created one instance. I think I changed it to one instance. Did I change it to one instance or two? Yes. So to start with, I think I changed the scale set to one instance. We can go to scaling and see that. This is where the rule is created. So we configured this right from the beginning, but here we can create the rule as well. Yes. So the initial count was just 1 VM here. And this is the scale set that we created. We can scale this out right from here. If we need to make any changes, we can make changes right here. So this is my scale out rule. And if I would have had to create this rule, I would have had to come to scale set and go into scaling, and here I could have changed it. So average of CPU percentage, and going down greater than 80, then, and in the last 10 minutes, you can decrease it to 5 minutes or however you want it, and then increase the count by 1%. So one instance, and here is the cooldown minutes. Cooldown minutes is basically that what is the when should the monitoring start? Right after once the one instance is created. So here we're saying that after 1 minute, check again if it is still 80%. So here it should be, technically it should be, let's say 10 minutes. So so increase, so what was it here is increase the count by, and the cooldown period is 10 minutes. So 10 minutes, basically wait for 10 minutes, this other instance is created, and let's see that if this CPU goes down, if it doesn't go down in the next 10 minutes, then it means that uh, so it means that it will have to create another VM. So what is the maximum number of this it can go up to? The maximum number is, so here we can update this. This is the scale out rule. And the maximum number is mentioned right here. It will go up to 4%. Okay. So now that we have this instance, so so now that we have this instance, we can go into the instance here. So this is the server that we are talking about. So we can go into, click on this server. And when we click on this server, this is a VM that is created by ScaleSet. And here we can see this is instance number 1. And this is the public IP address with which we can access this server. This is the private IP address for the local server access, and so on. So what I can do is I can connect to this. So I can copy this public IP address. I can open a MSTSC RDP session, or I can just open a RDP session here. So RDP basically means that we are connecting to this VM. So I'm going to connect it to the VM here. So in 2 minutes, we'll be taking a 10 minutes break. Okay, it's on my other screen, and I'm going to save this. So when we connect to this, what will be the next step that we need to do in order to check this all? We will install the IaaS service role on this. So once we install the IaaS service role, and then we will, what IaaS will do, it will make it a web server, and from the web server we can access through port 80. So here I am going to go to. Okay, so it is now connecting. So Ajmal asked a question, what will be the public IP address of the second instance? We will get the same IP address or different? It will be a different IP address. So the public IP address of the second instance will be a different IP address. And so it should be same. Yes, Atif is saying it should be same if we have a load balancer. So once we add a load balancer, the public IP address, in this case, it will be different. As soon as we add a load balancer, then it will be one IP address with the port number. So we will access the second instance by a port number. Okay, so here I am connected, but before going for a break, let me enable the backup on this. So I'm going to go into virtual machine, because so I am going to go into. So yes, Ajmal is saying without load balancer, how does it work? Without load balancer, it will basically get the aggregate value of the CPU. So it is checking the first VM. As soon as it reaches 80%, it will add another CPU. And since it is a scale set, it is automatically monitoring the collective value of both of the instances. Then it will check the CPU value of both instances, and then it will increase another VM. So, okay, so where is my VM here? Okay, so I cannot see the VM, and sometimes it doesn't display the VM, but the VM is here. So the other way around is I can go from the scale set. So I'm going to go from the scale set here. Go to the instances. So I am going to go to the instances, and here Okay, sorry. I'm in the scale set. In the scale set, there is no backup policy. So I need to go into the VM instance. And within the VM instance, which is right here, so the VM is networking disk. Yes. And then here we can go down to, okay, they changed it. And which means that I need to enable the backup now from the recovery vault. So I can go to the recovery vault. So what are we doing? We are trying to enable the backup on VM, guys. Be ready for any type of surprises within this portal, because Microsoft is keep on changing, and not even Microsoft, AWS is keep on changing their portal every 2 or 3 months. So the things are here, and the companies do understand that they change the portal, and the services move here and there. And this is basically because they increase the number of features and all. Okay, so right here within the recovery vault, I can go to the backups, and within the backup here I can enable the type of backup. So here I can, so what am I backing up? I can back up the Azure virtual machine. And when I select here, so this is the default policy here. This is the default policy, and I can create a new policy, which is 9 a.m. policy. Okay. Okay. So guys, let's take a quick backup. I think because I think some people need a time to pray, and right after the break, we will continue with this. So it's a 10 minutes break.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Sorry, but it's a bit late, I guess. But so 10 minutes break starts now, guys. Hello, welcome back after the break, everyone. And just before the break, we were discussing about the skill set and the backup. And and so first of all, everyone, if anyone has any sound distortion issues while listening to this training, or since it is an online training, so sometimes due to our computers, when we connect to the cloud, when we create resources, or maybe due to any other thing, when due to CPU usage and the memory, sometimes the voice get distorted. So if you are continuously, you can reconnect again as well in order to get a better connection, reconnect. But if you're getting the sound distorted again and again, then the best way is to dial a local number. So the local number is also provided within the invite, and then you can dial. It will be much better. But at any point in time, if you feel any voice distortion, just you can let me know. I'll try to fix it from my side as well. Okay, guys, just before the break, if you have any questions, anything at all, just let me keep sending your question within the chat window, or you can always unmute your mic and ask a question as well. So just before the break, we were working with the backup, and and when I was in the recovery vault, so first of all, when I was in the instance, I couldn't find any backup option, number one, for the scale set instance. Number one. And number two, when I went to the recovery vault, I couldn't find any disks to be backed up for the instance. And then I remember that for all of the stateless application, Microsoft doesn't provide the backup option. Since in the scale set, within the scale set, VMs are supposed to be stateless, which means that these VMs can automatically increase in number of size, or they can decrease in number of size as well. Number one. Number two is in order to back up the data. So the only thing that is available on the instance that is part of the skill set is a website, is IaaS service. So Microsoft recommends to keep the databases, keep the application in a second disk within the scale set, and that disk can be backed up. So the extra disk can be backed up, but this instance cannot be backed up, since they will be created automatically, and they will be deleted automatically. So there is no reason to take the backup. But in order to enable the backup, so I mean, someone would say that there is an important data on this. So for the important data, Microsoft recommends keep it in the data disk. So if we have a data disk on this, then we can create a backup. And how to create a data disk, there was a lab from the last week. We can go into the instance and we can enable the disk. But here, so what I did during the break, I created another VM, so that to save time here. And the new VM that I created is just a very simple VM, and it has the Windows operating system. And all I need to do is to enable backup on this. So for the backup, we need a recovery vault we created earlier. And then the second thing is that we need to enable backup. So if I go down here on this side, on the left side, we can see that there is a backup option, sorry. So within the backup, I can go and select. So if you don't have a recovery vault, then once the first time you are creating a backup for this server, you can always create a recovery vault right from here as well. But since we created the recovery vault earlier, so we can use an existing recovery vault for this. Why do you need to create separate recovery vault for others, or when do you need to create a recovery services vault? If you have different departments within the same company. So in large companies, finance department has their own budget, marketing department has their own budget, and they need to spend the resources and pay for the resources from their own budget. We can create separate recovery vault for other departments or other companies that comes under this organization. So in this case, I'm going to use the existing recovery vault, number one. Number two, this is the backup policy that I'm going to use. It is saying retain instance recovery snapshots for 2 days. And the retention policy backup is retain backup every day at 9:30 for 30 days. So for 30 days, the backup will be taken, and the snapshots for the 2 days, I can create a new backup policy, and then we can, I mean, this is based on your own organization's policy here, but I will enable the backup for this. So for now, I can enable the backup. And the point here I wanted to make is that how easy that it is to basically enable or disable services within Azure. In the real environment, you will have to basically set up a complete backup infrastructure. So if it is a Microsoft DPM, then you need to have a DPM server in the so within the infrastructure, then within the DPM server, you need to attach a storage, and it will be attached to a storage. Then you need to set up the different backup policies for different, and then you need to enable agents as well. You need to install agents on the server that needs to be backup. So here, I think the backup is enabled. So where did that screen go? It is enabled. We can just quickly have a look at the recovery vault, because the recovery vault is the main console where we manage all these backups. So if I go to a recovery vault now, and within the overview, I think it is in the backup. So if I go to a backup, and within the backup, it should show that it is, okay, where it is. So recovery plans, recovery policy, backup infrastructure. Okay, it is now enabled. So I can go to the service. And we can go to the VM. So I'm in the VM, and I need to go to the backup. Yes, here it is showing us that the backup check has passed, and for now, there is no backup. It is actually taking a backup. So it is taking a backup. Once the backup is done, then it will appear within the recovery services vault. Okay. So everyone, I will start with the storage understanding, and we will keep on coming back to the VM as well. We will be working with VM monitoring, VMs, security as well. So how to set up a security, how do you let other log in, and all. So since storage is an important part as well, so today I am going to start with the storage and services. And then all of this will become all of the options with VM. So for example, if it is a new concept for you, don't worry about this, because we will keep on repeating this in all of the labs. We need VMs. Whenever we are monitoring, we will need a VM as well. And so don't worry if there are some blur concepts here, and then some blur concepts. So
None.
yes, please go ahead.
I have a clarification question.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm noticing that we are opening a new VM.
Sorry?
For example, I have a 4 department: financial, HR, sales, and marketing. And in one department, I open one VM, and then I add all the services in it, correct?
Yes.
But I noticed that every time we are opening a VM, we have a new password, new name, and how it's connecting to the, if it's in HR, we are opening a storage with a new password. We are opening, adding a new services with a new password. How that will recognize that is in the same block.
Okay. May I know your name, please?
Riaz.
Riaz. Riaz, sorry, I lost you in the middle. Can you repeat your question one more time, please?
Okay, sorry. Today my voice is little harsh. So,
It's okay,
uh,
no problem.
okay, I just want to get the clarification that I have 4 departments: HR, finance, sales, and marketing, right?
Yes.
I understand I can open 4 VMs for each department. In each VM, I can add the services in it, right? But I noticed that while you're doing a couple of add-on, you had different passwords or different services. How the system knows that it belongs to HR or it belongs to sales or marketing?
Okay. So your question is about VMs, and here I see VMs, right? So whenever
Right.
we create a VM, and even in a real environment, whenever we create a server, it is exactly the same process. Where when you buy a physical server, it belongs to some department, right? To start with,
Yes.
and then we tag that server. So when you go into the data center, you will know that these 5 servers belongs to marketing department. These 5 servers belong to a finance department. Okay, so that is their physical identity. But here in the virtual environment, in order to identify VMs to different department, we use tags. Okay, so that is one part of the answer. And the second part of the answer, does that answer your question?
Yes. So that's what exactly I wanted to
Okay,
understand, how you tag, how you figure it out
right.
which the
So
service
that
is
is
going
a
to
tagging.
which.
Remember when we create a VM, at the end we tag a VM. Yeah, tagging is very, very important in all organizations. Without tagging, it will be difficult to basically recognize, actually to get a complete cost utilization report for that department.
Okay, I think down the road it gets much clearer, I believe.
Right.
Thank you.
It will for sure.
I have
Thank you.
another question. You
Yes,
remember we
please
were
go ahead.
talking about that IAS we have to install, and then you need to have a database on the second hard disk. But there in the, what is that scale set, it was not even showing us a virtual machine. How we will do that? Because we used to create a hard disk on the virtual machine, remember?
Right. In the scale set, it's not showing a virtual machine.
Isn't it? I think we were trying to look for it and then we couldn't find it, right?
No, no, I can show it to you if you're looking at the screen. Within the scale set, within instances, there is a virtual machine. So if you're looking at the screen, I go into the scale set, and going into the scale set, there is an option for instances. Instances will have all of the virtual machines right here.
Go there. But does it shows any virtual machine? This is instance, right?
So instance is equal to a virtual machine. So, I mean, how do I prove it's a virtual machine? I can go into this virtual machine, and then I can connect through RDP. And I think I am connected to this is that virtual machine that I'm connected to.
Okay. So, but then you will be creating a hard disk and attaching to this. Will be able to.
So if I need an extra hard disk for data, I can go into the same virtual machine. So at the moment, on this virtual machine, there is only one hard disk. And this is the same virtual machine where we can install the IAS service. I can just go into the hard disk here and then add a new hard disk, or I can add 10 more hard disks, how many whatever hard disk you need.
Yeah,
So
we already did on virtual machine, but I was just thinking because here it's an instance, which is we are proving of it as a virtual machine. But then when we will be adding a hard disk out, I mean, because practically I have not done it, like how we will
right.
be.
Okay. Okay, no problem. So yeah, guys, everyone, practical is a key for Azure services. Practical is key for Azure services. I would humbly request everyone to spend some time in Microsoft Azure. Spend some time. So I know that the videos that I've provided, they belong to an older, belong to a previous portal, but the options are almost the same. So the more time you spend with the lab, it will be better. So I would say if you did it once, do it twice and thrice. Because what happens is there are hundreds of services sitting here, and the repetition of these labs will make you an expert. Okay?
Also, I want to remind you, I think there's a message from Amin. He wants to you to accept somebody Abdul in our meeting, I think.
He's a bit late because I mean, it was done long time back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
There are, I think, like if there are also some labs on wizlab.com, like if anyone wants to get some, like, more hands-on
Oh,
experience.
really? So can you share the link for everyone? I mean, that will be, guys, any help to, we are working as a team. So any help for any, from anywhere is welcome. So
Adnan, actually, there's so much of stuff on the internet, and we just if we can just follow the class, something you're giving, if I can do that, that will be enough, because there's so much of stuff on the internet, that.
no. So when I'm not saying that just go and look for the resources over the internet, but if we get some to the point help from anywhere, then that will be excellent too. So we are part of this training. I will go through all of and everything that is important. I will give you step-by-step labs as well. But if anyone knows any extra thing that is to the point, then that will be good too.
Okay.
One question I have was, is there a way, I know we have done, I mean, you have covered quite a bit, like in last couple of weeks with regards to VMs and deployments and stuff like that. Is there a way if we can have like some kind of a dummy, very basic application in the front end and connect to our resources in the back, and that will give us an idea like how we are processing?
Yes, we can, but please remind me at the end of the training, because whenever we do something like this, we need to have a full view of, you need to have a good view of networking, you need to have a good view of storage and all that. So we will,
Yes,
at the end, I will give you a real environment architecture, and then I will show you how everything is connected together. Okay. And
yeah, that
yes,
will be helpful. Yeah.
yes.
Thank
So
you.
we will work on that as well. So Ashar is saying, there is something wrong with the video quality, that the video labs. Yes, Ashar, I'm sorry. The first 2 or 3 videos, there is a voice quality. There is the quality of the lab. I just created them in a hurry, but I will create more. I'm creating more videos, and then it will be a lot better than before.
Sorry, we interrupted. You were trying to discuss something about the storage. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I welcome all the questions, because, we're all here to learn, and whatever your confusions are at any point in time within the training, even within the WhatsApp group, just like keep it coming.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Okay. So everyone, what we are trying to do is, today we are trying to understand the storage. Storage is another very important component, and it's easier to understand as well. So just like we understood the building blocks of a VM, and we know that if we can go by the numbering, the number of, I mean, the building block picture, and you just review it few times, and then you explain it to someone, it will become much better. So if you teach it to someone, you become a master of that service. You gain a lot of knowledge by going towards by explaining it to someone. Okay, Riyaz is saying that please add me to the WhatsApp group. Yes, so yes, I will add all of you to the WhatsApp group. Just make sure that your number is here, and then we will add you to a work group. You can send this message. I think Amin Bhai is also looking at it, and he will add you as well. Okay, so guys, the very first, so the thing that the service that in front of us on the screen is known as storage account. So storage account, it's a secure account that gives us the access of services to Azure Storage. It provides the unique namespace for the storage resource. Every storage account in Microsoft has a unique name, unique location and replication. Okay, and the container block services, and I'm gonna explain that. But before that, let me jump onto this magic this magic building block. Guys, building block is a very, very important part of I mean, building blocks. This one, the building block will give you a very good idea of how the services is used. So number one, in order to understand a storage account, I mean, we already know what is this. I mean, storage account, everything. So storage. So first of all, in a physical data center, storage is how important the storage is. Storage is very, very important because everything is stored within the storage. And what is storage? Storage is basically a disk or maybe many disks. So storage is basically many disks. And what is in the disk? In the disk, there is data. So organizational data, and it's all about data management. Hospitals are about data management, airports are about data management, and all the companies are about data management because we keep our data inside. And basically this complete infrastructure is basically to use or utilize this data. So our storage should be strong enough, secure enough, reliable enough to keep this data. And so storage is basically a backbone of this cloud technology. Storage is a backbone of physical data center. Storage is a backbone for everything, for all this IT technology. So it starts from internet. Internet connects to the Azure architecture. And within Azure architecture, whenever we create any resource, a storage account is by default created for us. So the very first entity, whenever we create a resource is very first entity, I mean, in numbering, whenever we create a resource, before we create a resource, we create a resource group. And then once we create a resource group, then we choose which resource we need to create. And what is the example of a resource? Resource example is VM. Resource example is scale set. Resource example is availability set. And resource example is all these different all of these different resources. And once you create any of these resources, a storage account is created. And once the storage account is created, in the storage account, there are four things that we need to, there are four things we need to remember. Number one is that Azure container. So first one is Azure container. So storage account provides us four type of services. Number one is container. Number two is Azure file server. Number three is archive. Number four is queue. Number five is table. Now I said that there are four types of main services that Azure account provides, and number one is known as a container. And container is basically a service. A container is a service where we can store large file or unstructured files. So within the container, we store unstructured files. So within a container, so I said four things. This archive is added, so where is it? So this is the archive. Archive is a new service that is added in the last few months, but before it was just a container. Number one, blob storage. So we call them blobs, and blobs is nothing but it is used for large, very large file. So basically, if you look at Google, what blob stands for, blob is basically stands for a file that is very, very large. So basically, the VHDs, the VM, the virtual machine disks are very, very large file, and within the container we store these very, very large files. So within the blobs, blob is another name for that huge big disk where we can store data. Blob storage is used for media files and document files. Yes, Syed said that blob stands for binary large object. Yes, it is a binary large object. Thank you, Syed. And secondly, so all the VMs, whenever we create a new VM, it will be stored within the blob file. And within the blob, there are three types of blobs. There is a page blobs, append blobs, and there is simple blobs, page blob, page, and append, and I will go into more detail in another slide within these slides here. So the very first thing is container. Whenever we create a storage account, we can create containers. Number one, we can create Azure File Share. Azure File Share is simply a file share between two VMs where we can mount these shares. So in real environment, we call them just file shares, and in Azure, they are just called Azure File Shares. The third thing is archive. Archives are exactly like blobs, but these are cheaper in cost. So in archive, just like the word archive says, archive simply means that whatever, so based on our policy, let's say if the data file, let's say I store a data file here, and this file is not used for the last 6 months, we can move into archive storage. And once we move into archive storage, this will be cheaper as compared to the blob storage. So blob storage, in the blob storage might be costing us maybe $100 a month, or maybe $1,000 a month, whereas archive will be like anywhere from $100 to $200 a month. So it will be a lot cheaper. But then what is the downside? The downside of using the archive storage, that it won't be that fast. So let's say after 6 months, I'm trying to get this file back. It will be, it won't be very slow for retrieval, since it is sitting in the archive. It will bring it back and then give it to us. Ajmal is saying, what is Glacier? Glacier, so Glacier is also an archival storage from Microsoft, and now it is part of the storage account. So Glacier is also used for archive within Azure, and I'll go into more detail for that. Riaz is saying we move to archive and it moves automatically. No, it doesn't move automatically. So Riaz's question is that let's say we have a blob and there are files. When the files reaches 6 months or 3 months usage, they're not used for the last 6 months, can they be automatically moved into archive? No, archive is not enabled unless we enable it. So by default, it's not enabled. By default, we will be using the blob storage. So file share is there, and the next one is tables. Tables are basically, these are no SQL data store when schema is not enforced. I thought maybe someone has a question. Where is the chat window? Okay, so the third one is table, and tables are used for tables are used basically for sequential data. In other words, tables are used for sequential data, which means that if you are coming from a database background, or if you have ever seen SQL database. What is SQL database? SQL database is basically a combination of tables. It is a combination of tables, and tables are a combination of rows and columns, right? Within SQL, it's a database where we can store, let's say, employee records, and here we store student records, their name, address, and all that. So it's information on which we can later on create reports. So this is what SQL is. SQL is a database system from Microsoft. So Azure provides a simple way of storing this data. Azure provides simple way of storing this data. If you have something if you have some simpler type of tables and simpler type of queries against those tables, then we can use Azure tables. Let's say we have the same table like student data or the employee data. It can be stored in here, and there is no requirement of making normalizations in these databases, or maybe deep down data analysis is not required. And then we don't need to actually create primary keys and secondary keys. So if you're coming from a database background, you will be able to understand. So in a very small understanding, in a very simple understanding, if the table doesn't require any complex data modeling, then we can use Azure Tables. If it requires complex data modeling in which we need to use primary key, secondary key, then relationship between the databases and all, then we must use relational database system, which is SQL. So SQL is for those complex databases, but Azure does provide a very simple Azure to keep the Azure table and then use it in the searches and reports. So very simple, no SQL database for Azure provides Azure tables. And the next one is Azure Queues. Queues can be used to store messages. So queue is a place, the word queue, you can just see the word queue. Queue is basically a place where it stores different messages. So what type of messages? All types of messages. What all types of messages, like VM is running out of disk space. So this is one message. So disk space is out. CPU is sitting at 80%. This is one message. Mobile, let's say a website. From the web app, there is a message that website is very slow. So this is one message. So basically this is a queue, and for all Azure services, the queue can be used. So by default, it is not used, but you can use it. Then what is the advantage of this queue? The advantage of this queue is that this queue can be later on used with logic apps. It can be used with logic apps, what is a logic app? Logic app is where we can create workflows. Remember we talked about a workflow. What is a workflow? Workflow is serverless computing where we can create a VM where we can basically do something automatically. So for example, if I need to create a VM, and if I need to create a VM, there are two ways to create a VM. One way is to create a VM manually. Right? So there is one way to create a VM. It is to create it manually. I can go and create a VM. The second way is serverless computing. Serverless computing is automatically create a VM. So we write a script and then we run that script, and that script will automatically create a VM, right? So what is the use of queue here? So we can create a workflow application using logic apps. So using logic apps, that if, let's say, for now, auto scaling is automatically doing that by looking at the auto scaling group. But let's take an example. We need to create 5 VMs. I need to create 5 VMs. Guys, what are we trying to understand? We are trying to understand the use of queues here. And I can see questions. I will answer those questions in a moment. And then the advantage of queue is we can store all types of queues here. And based on these messages, we can take some action. So logic app is something that can be part of this, not only logic apps, but also functions. Remember from that from that building block of VMs, we discussed a little bit about functions and logic apps, that we can create a workflow. So workflow is, I need to create a 5 VM, but this needs approval from the manager. So an email will go to the manager, and once the manager approves, then the script will run and it will create that VM. So this is called a workflow application. But within this workflow that we send a request to the manager, and manager can reject. If the request is rejected, then the script won't run. If the request is accepted, then the script will run and it will create 4 VM. But in this, we can also use queues. In the queues, we can create a message queue, and in the background using functions and logic app, and keep a message there that we already have 10 VMs. If there are already 10 VMs and the message in the message queue, the message is sitting there, based on that decision, manager can accept and reject. So I'm just giving you one quick example of a queue. This is one example. Second example is, let's say we have a web app. Let's say we have a web app. And what is the main function of a web app? Main function of a web app is that people use this website to use your company services. Let's say it's an eBay website, and ebay.com people are using, and they're using all this. But background, this web app is sending messages within the queue, within the queue, that at the moment there are 1,000 people connected, and the CPU usage is sitting at 70%. And then it just keep on sending this messages, and these messages are being sent to auto scaling group, auto scaling group, and based on this message, auto scaling can take action. So the main purpose of this queue is none other than keep messages and send it where these messages need to go. And this queue can be used by which type of services within Azure? All the Azure services. All a VM can use the queue, but most of the time it is used in automation. So once the message is dropped in the queue, after 30 seconds, the message will be deleted from the queue. So once the message and it is read by the service, it will be deleted. If this cleanup function is not there, then this queue will be a very, very big, huge queue. So this is why the application or functions which uses the queue, they have the mechanism to clean the queue as well. Okay, so from the questions in the chat group. So the first question is from Asher. That's for the table, right? Schema structure, yes. So Asher's question was about SQL and no SQL table. So if you have a complex database, then we use Microsoft SQL as an enterprise database solution. But if it is a simple table and then you need to just query through this table and then make simple reports, then we can use Azure table. But what is an example of a simple table? A simple table example can be a complete list of your employees, and then you just need to search for employee ID. There is nothing special required between relational database. You don't need to have a relation with other databases system and all that. And so this can be very, very fast and can be used in many different places. The next question, the next comment is, we get queue messages automatically. No, we need to enable queue messages. So this is not, so all of these services are there, but they are not they are not in use unless we start using them. Exactly like a storage account. When you have an Azure subscription, we don't have a storage account to start with. The storage account is first time created when you create a resource. So essentially, when we created a VM, a storage account is created for us. And within the storage account also, a container is also created for us where it keeps the OS disk. So it kept the OS disk here. And so which means that when we create a VM, a storage account and a disk or a blob is created for the storage account as well. So we have another question. Messages sits in queue for only 30 seconds. No, messages will sit in the queue unless they are read. So, but once the message is read by the application, then the lifetime of that messages will then, since that was the main function of the queue. You read the message, or maybe the logic app took the message, or wherever the message needed to go, it went to that service. It will be deleted within 30 seconds. Otherwise, messages will remain there unless there is another cleanup policy for the queue. So one more time, everyone, storage account is a backbone for all of the storage, for all of the resources within Azure Architect. So as soon as we start using any resources, a storage account is created. So there are how many things that we need to remember? 4 things we need to remember. Number 1 is containers, Azure container. And about the Azure container, we need to remember that this container is for blobs and containers. So they call it container. Before, they just used to call it blob. So older name of this service was just a blob. Now they changed it to a container. So it's not only a container, it has the blobs and containers inside. So that is one thing to remember. And what is a blob used for? So blob will be used for, if I can say here, blob will be used for unstructured data. So mostly it will be used for media files. So unstructured data. What is an unstructured data? Documents are unstructured data. You have one document that will be maybe 10 MB in size. You have another document that might be 100 MB in size. So that is known as unstructured data. So number one is Azure Container. So once we go into the storage account and see that we need to create a container, so we will find this service. Secondly is Azure File, which is equal to a file share in the real environment. So so example of this can be, I can create a folder. I can create a folder called Office Documents. And then within this Office document, I can share it with this VM and with this VM. So from these VMs, people, the end users, the client can use this folder, and they will basically, they can store information. And also remember that since this file share is part of the storage account, you will be charged against the use of this storage account. Your question might be, can we set up quotas on the file shares? Yes, we can set up quotas on the file share. Let's say for this Office document folder, I can set a quota of 2 GB. So it shouldn't go more than 2 GB. So, and then we will share it with the VMs, and the VMs and people can start using these storage. So we can set up the quota here. So one is container, second one is file share, third one is archive storage. Archive is not enabled by default, but we can enable archive as per the requirement. The next one is Azure Table. Azure Table is to store simpler tabular, okay, simple type of structured information. So I gave you an example of employees record and students records, and then patients records in the hospital, maybe in the traveling agency, the client's record. So if it is just a simple tables, then we can use Azure Tables. And then once it is in this, we can use it in combination with the messages, queues, and we can use it in combination with the logic apps and functions. But if it is complex tables where relational databases are required, then we can use the SQL. Then we can use the SQL table. The fourth thing, then you need a proper relational database system, RDBMS system, which is SQL database enterprise. So the point here is SQL, this tables, Azure Table doesn't replace SQL. SQL is a database system that is separate from this. So, and the next one is queues. Queues can be just a simple queue where the messages are stored, and this can be used with web apps, this can be used with logic apps, and this can be used for all these services. Yes, Cosmos DB. So Syed is saying that there is in Azure, there is a Cosmos DB, and Cosmos DB is there, which is changed slightly. And I will go into this more detail. So Cosmos DB Cosmos DB was changed in the last few years, but this table is different from Cosmos DB. This is just for simple tables that sits in the storage account. Ajmal is saying where we save SQL databases. So for SQL, Ajmal, let's say this table is not enough for us. If we need a SQL, then in Azure provides SQL on 3 types of SQL services, and there is a full chapter on this. We will go into this more detail. So we have PaaS SQL database service. We have IaaS SQL database service. So there are 3 different type of scenarios where we can use SQL services. Okay, so the next thing so here within the storage account, we have these 5 things to remember. Then we have storage disks. So once we create a VM, that will be part of the storage account, but the storage disks will be part of managed disk. We won't find it in the containers. Azure stores them in their own location. So, but it is part of the storage account. So once we create a new VM, once we create a new VM, what happens is that the OS disk and the data disks are stored within the storage account. And then so this is the same thing. Once we create a VM, we create the storage disks will be created here. And the next thing is Azure has a service called Store Simple. Now, Store Simple Service is part of the hybrid cloud solution, and Store Simple Service works like a SAN level. It will work like a SAN type of storage. If you're aware of the SAN storage, it is used with it. So basically, Store Simple was another company that Microsoft bought, and now it is being used. So Store Simple will be used. Let's say we have a server here on premises, and we still need to use we need to use the we can leverage the storage account within Azure. We can use a Store Simple service, and it will give us a hybrid cloud solution. So I mean, what is the flip side? The flip side is that you have all your VMs sitting in the cloud and they're using the storage account. But if you have some VMs that you cannot move into cloud, but you still want to use the storage account, then we can use Store Simple Service. And Store Simple Service would provide us that connection between the storage account and our on-premises servers. And next one here is, that is part of the storage account, is Azure Site Recovery. So this is basically the service that I was discussing in the last lecture as well. So Azure Site Recovery so it is known as ASR service. So in interviews and discussions, they would ask you, what do you know about ASR service? So ASR service, which is Azure Site Recovery, it has two functions. So number one, this service can be used as DR, which is disaster recovery. And the second thing, it can be used as, it is heavily used in migration. So now we can see that how it is used for migration. So number two, it is used for migrations. So number one, how is it used for disaster recovery? It is used for disaster recovery when we have load, when we have servers. So let's say, first of all, I can, on data center, physical data center, we have VM1 and we have VM2. If we enable ASR, so there is a complete procedure in order to work with ASR. You need to create a ASR service, just like we create a recovery vault. We need to go into and create a new ASR service. And once we create a ASR service, then we can link the on-premises VM to the ASR service. What it does, it will create an image of this running VM. So it will create a image of this running VM. So this is an image of VM1 and this is an image of VM2. So now this will keep on replicating this information, and it's not a free service. It will be a paid service because Microsoft is giving you a live replication of this VMs in the form of images, not in the form of VMs, but in the form of images. So why is it considered as a disaster recovery? It is considered as a disaster recovery in any case in time. If this VM goes down, you can quickly create another VM and attach this image to that VM. And so we can create a new VM. Actually, we can create a new VM and then attach this image to this VM, and this VM is back online. So this is why, instead of, companies do have a complete disaster recovery site, physical disaster recovery site, far, far away in different cities. Some of you have already maybe experienced that. And quarterly, companies go into disaster recovery testing. But here Microsoft Azure provides, so as soon as you get a subscription, you don't need to have a disaster recovery. You don't need to create a disaster recovery site. Microsoft will provide you through Azure Site Recovery, a complete DR solution where you can create VMs. Ajmal is saying, is it like a fault tolerance? So fault tolerance is something, it is not actually a fully fault tolerant service. Because what is a fault tolerance? Fault tolerance is something that can give you zero downtime. So let's say a failover cluster is a fault tolerant. A failover cluster, if one node goes down, users won't be disconnected. User will keep on connecting to the service. But in this case, if this VM goes down, then you still need some time to create the other VM, and then you can use the image to make the VM online. So it is not 100% 100% fault tolerance, and none of the DR sites are 100% fault tolerance. There is some intervention required when the disaster happens, and there will be some downtime when the services need to come back. But here, one thing to remember, that it is providing us a disaster recovery site. So would you be able to have a lab for this topic? Yes. So I can provide a lab for this topic as well. Yes. So here, so how many things do we know now from this picture? You're most welcome. So first of all, Azure Active Directory. So guys, when I'm repeating this, maybe you can make a rough sketch on your notes and then just keep on writing it. So the number of time I'm repeating the same information, at the same time, you just keep on making that rough sketch. And trust me, the more and more you make this sketch, this will go into your photo memory. And this is actually the main, main part of this complete training, that within this training, sitting here, we can count that on our fingertips. So how many things do we know? So we know that internet connects to Azure Azure Architecture. Azure Architect connects to a storage account, all the resources of storage account. Within storage account, there are 5 services, essentially 4 services, but this 5th one is just added. The one service is known as blobs. This is for the large files, media files, movies, audio files, and then we have containers. So that is part of that within blobs and containers. And then we have file share. Within the file share, this is used as a normal file share. Then we have tables, simple tables and simple information, simple employee records, student records can be stored here. This is not a replacement of SQL. This is why Azure tables are known as NoSQL tables. So they are known as NoSQL tables, whereas we have queues as well. In queues, we can just queue the messages from different services and then use those messages to automate services within Azure. And then we also discussed that when the VM is created, OS disk will be created, and that will be stored also within the storage account. We have store simple service to connect the on-premises servers to OS to the storage account, so that we can use we can leverage the storage account reliability or the security. So everything, all the features of the storage account, definitely we can leverage. I mean, so what is that alternate of store simple? What is an alternate of store simple? The alternate of store simple is a sandbox. The alternate of store simple is a sandbox. I mean, if you don't want to use a store simple, then companies used SAN storage. And SAN storage, we all know SAN storage is very, very expensive. So we can use this storage. So this VM is storing everything here. Now, and then SAN storage is not only expensive, but they are reliable, they are secure, they are very, very fast, but at the same time, they are, they are very expensive as well. So instead of using a SAN storage, if the company is now thinking of buying a SAN storage, they can leverage, and they are already in Azure, their half infrastructure is in Azure. So it makes sense, instead of spending maybe 200,000 or 150,000 on a sandbox, they can use store simple and use storage account. And storage account, the very first reliability that they get is they get 3 copies of their data within the storage account. So this will give them a cost benefit, and also the reliability and speed and everything as well. So this is, I mean, in order to remember for the real environment, store simple is equal to a SAN storage. So store simple is that service that will give you a complete storage within the storage cloud. Ajmal is asking a question: Can we attach SQL large disk to TB by using the store simple? Can we attach SQL large to TB by using store simple? Yes. So here is the next point. I mean, to answer this question, we have this next part, which is known as data box. Now, data box is that service. Okay, before even going to the data box, I forgot to explain the migration part of this. Ajmal, yes, it can be stored. Just to give you a simple answer, yes, we can attach a 2 TB disk with by using Store Simple, but this needs proper planning. I mean, this to me as a cloud architect, this will be a very expensive solution. If we use a 2 TB of disk from the storage account and connect it back to the data center, it will be much better for this much of data if this can be connected to a local SAN. Local SAN. I mean, it's not only the storage that will be charged, it will be the networking or the bandwidth that will be charged to access that 2 TB of data. And let's say if 2 TB of data is sitting there, and 2 TB of data is sitting there, we need to also check the frequency of or the use of that data, that how frequently this data is being used.
You said SAN is pretty expensive. So isn't it like you said maybe this service will be cheaper?
It is a cheaper service, but in the long run, I mean, this question that can we attach a 2 TB? So this is a 2 TB disk, which was sitting on premises, and now the 2 TB disk is sitting right here. So definitely, it's not only the disk. Maybe you can save on the storage cost, but it will be very expensive on the bandwidth.
Oh, okay.
Right. So when we take these type of decisions, then we need to keep everything in mind. So bandwidth is basically a networking topic, and we will discuss that in the other chapter, but it was a good question. Okay. So the second thing that I wanted to discuss about storage, Azure Site Recovery so first one is DR. So DR, we know in interviews, they normally ask a question about how do you set up a DR in Azure? So we can set up a DR in Azure by using ASR. And how do you use ASR? So in ASR, what we need to do, we can create a ASR, and I can provide you a video, and you can follow the video on the channel as well. And I have a second repository that I will share with you for these videos. But I think I'll have to create a new video for ASR because it is changed now. So ASR, we need to enable the service. And then what we need to do, we need to select VMs within the service that needs to be imaged within the storage account. So it is used for DR. Number two, ASR is also used for migrations. Now, what is a migration? So migration is move of servers from on-premises or a physical data center to a cloud. So when we are moving VMs from physical data center to a cloud, this is known as migration. So I have a data center, physical data center, and this server is sitting in a physical data center, and I'm moving that into a cloud. So when we move into a cloud, what we do is, so 2 weeks, so basically before that, everything is planned. We design everything, we plan everything. And when we decide to move this server, what we do, we use ASR service. We first of all image this complete within the storage account. So we create an image of this server, and this image will will keep on replicating itself. And once it reaches 100% replication, now, why am I saying 100% replication? Because there will be some difference between the use of this server and this image. Because why? Because the server is in use 24/7. So users are using. So there are changes keep on occurring on this server, and it is being replicated on this image. But there will be a time when this VM will be 100%, when this VM will be 100% synced with the image. And when it is synced, then we will create a VM, attach it to the cloud, and then enable this VM as a production VM, and then shut down this server. I know the steps that I said are very high level steps in here, but this is how ASR is used within migration. So in migrations, it can be used. Yes, go ahead.
There will be limitations also, like, what application we can create into an image or whatever, because maybe sometimes, there are organizations where are using very old database like Informix, and which is running on 11i Unix platform. Will it be possible to convert it to an image?
So this is where I said it requires a complete planning and designing in the background. So not everything can be imaged. Not everything can be imaged. A very old system or a very new system, some hardware are old. So this requires a complete migration planning, which is basically. So here I just wanted to give you an idea of ASR service, how overall ASR service is used in this scenario.
Okay.
Okay. So there is another question from Atif. Would we have a lab on migration scenario? No, I'm sorry. Lab on migration scenario won't be possible because this requires many premium services. And this requires a lot of background. You need to have physical server, you need to have physical infrastructure, but I can help you out with this if you want to do it at home, that migration lab. Atif is saying like domain controllers. So domain controller, what is the domain controller about migration center? So Atif is, would we be able to, okay, migration lab and Better Call Saul. Better Call Saul. Wow, you saw that movie. That's good. Okay, this is a good reminder. So Better Call Saul is saying that would there be a lab on migration? Guys, for the migration, I'm sorry, this is not part of this training. If we go into migration, we require at least 6 to 7 weeks on this. So I have another training that I delivered before, and then I will deliver it again. So if you're interested, but in order to have the migration training, you have to have an expertise on the physical data center, because there are lots of moving parts within migration. Human is asking a question, during migration from on-premises to cloud, what will happen to the DC and group policies and all of the data that move to a cloud? Yes, Human, this is what I'm saying, that it is not part of at the moment, it is not part of this. But once we complete the complete Azure training, definitely I'm willing to spend time with you all to give you a complete migration scenario and a complete high level picture. And if you're interested, I can help you with building up the lab as well. But at the moment, don't think about migration, because that will take you off road and we won't be able to learn these all services. In order to be an expert migration person, you need to have a very good idea of data center, number one, and an excellent idea of Azure as well. So first we need to learn these basic services, then we talk about migration. But at this point, why I brought the migration, because ASR is used for migration. And a very simple example is we create an image, we keep an image here. Once the image is synced, we will, as soon as the image is 100% sync, we create a VM and then make this online, and we will take this down. So this is known as migration. We moved it into Azure. What is it called? What we call storage disk location is a storage account. Ajmal is asking a question. What do we call storage disk location? It is just known as storage account. Storage account. So we don't call it. It's so in real environment we refer to how many storage accounts you have. So we can go into storage account and we can refer by tag numbers or by their naming convention. Atif is asking a question, moving DC from on-premises to Azure, do you have any plans to solutions to architect training? Yes, so I can, so just like I said, at the end of this training, if we have time, because we need to complete this training, we also need to cover AWS training, we also need to cover a GCP training. And one thing we need to remember, all these trainings, all these three trainings, are so Azure training is gearing towards 104 exam, which is a foundation level exam. Number two is the associate training for AWS, which is again, it's not, so both of them are not architect level training, guys. So your next question will be, why is it not an architect level training? I was thinking that it should be in an architect level training. Guys, we need to learn to walk before running. which means that, yes, if you're expert of all this, what I'm teaching here at the moment, yes, I would say this training is not for you. Then you need to go for architect level training. Even if I start explaining migration, guys, you always vanish away. I mean, I will start seeing people logging off, and then it's I mean, it will be just going over our heads here. Okay, so let's hold on to our horses, and then just move slowly. We will become an expert. We will become, I can assure you, if you're dedicated here, I'm dedicated here, we will make sure that all corners are covered. And I will give you a complete idea of migration. I have a lot of documentation. I did a lot of migrations as well. Okay, excellent. Um, Okay, let's smoothly moving on, guys. What are we learning today, and what we learned in the past? We learned in the past VMs and building blocks. So close your eyes and try to remember the building blocks of VM and building and the VM components, the building blocks. Remember that when we created the VM, there is an IS components, PaaS components, and then we have serverless computing. I'm just remembering that out of my photo memory. I want you to remember, take a picture of this photo in your memory. So this is why I keep on explaining the Store Simple ASR, and now we are discussing the Azure Data Box. Azure Data Box is, so Riaz is asking a question, do we need to have any coding experience to learn architect? Not at all. Not at all. No coding experience is required. Becoming a cloud architect. Becoming a cloud architect is basically you need to become an expert of all these services. I mean, this is exactly like a real architect when sitting outside the building. An architect or a person looking at that physical building, there will be a huge difference between an architect looking at the building and a normal person looking at the building. So the normal person, when he looks at the building, he is looking at the apartments and doors and the 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom. But when an architect looks at the same building, he has a different view. He will say, you know, the structure is like this, and then the elevator is like this, and if it should have been like this, this person would have saved on energy and cost and all that. So we need to become that architect. But in order to become that architect, we need to become an expert of this. Okay, so so yes, no coding is required within this. So guys, the next option is Azure Data Box. Azure Data Box is basically that service that is used again in migration to move large amount of data into Azure. Let's say we have a huge big data. Let's say your company has decided to move into Azure, and then your company needs to move 200 servers. So they're moving 200 servers, and plus they are also moving 100 TB of storage. 100 TB of storage. Now, what is in the storage? What is in these disks? In these disks, company has their documents from the last 10 years. From the last 10 years, their Word documents, their Excel documents, their legal contracts, and their everything. And they have huge big storage. So Ajmal is using a technical term for migration, which is lift and shift. No, Ajmal, this is not a lift and shift. You can do a lift and shift as well, and you can also use P2V and V2V and all that thing, but this is not lift and shift. So guys, what we are learning now is what is Azure Data Box. Azure Data Box is basically a service that will help us move 100 TB to Azure. Now, how many ways can we move this storage? How do you move VMs into the Azure? We can move VMs into the Azure using ASR service. Do we agree to this, guys? Please type yes. If I need to migrate VMs into Azure, I can use Azure service. I can use ASR service. Type yes in the chat window, everyone. I need that interaction from everyone as well. We need to be active. We don't need to be distracted. I know that you're all spending time, and so I have yes from Shakil, and I have yes from Jabin, Ajmal, and all. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the interaction. We need to keep it interactive. We are trying to make it simple as well. So When we need to move a VM into Azure, which service do we use? ASR service. How do we use it? We will enable this VM to be for the image to be created, and the image will be there as soon as the image is 100% sync. We will create a VM, we will make it online and shut down this VM. Okay, a very high level understanding of ASR, and this is exactly the interview answer is. More than this, if they are asking more questions on this, just like you asked me this VM and that VM, for that we need more detail. But for a Azure administrator, they won't go into more detail. They just need to know that do you have an idea of ASR service? Because as an Azure admin, you're not supposed to configure ASR. You're supposed to use ASR. ASR will be configured by Microsoft or by architects already, and you need to use ASR. But if you know this, then this is part of being a Azure admin. Okay, so the second thing is, how do we move 100 TB of data from on-premises to a storage account? So there are two ways to move this data. Number one that people might think that we can move it online. So we can move it online. So we have that dedicated connection from on-premises to Azure Data Center, which is known as a leased internet line, or Microsoft calls it Express Route. And Express Route, we are going to learn Express Route in the networking lecture. So this is known as Express Route. Express Route are dedicated internet lines from that company to Microsoft Data Center. Okay. So yes, Riyaz is saying, can I repeat the last 2 minutes? Okay, I'm rewinding to last 2 minutes, and I'm rewinded. And what did we discuss in the last 2 minutes? Okay, so in the last 2 minutes, we discussed that in order to move VMs to a storage account, we use ASR service, number one. In order to use data into storage account, which is 100 TB of data. So let's say if it would have been just 2 TB of data, 2 TB of data, yes, I can use it using the online service, which is Express Route. Express Route is that dedicated connection between the data center and 2 TB of line. So what will it cost? So basically it comes down to the cost. I'm using Express Route to move 2 TB of data to Microsoft. So how much Express Route will cost? So I'll give you an example. So Express Route comes in different sizes. So it comes in 500 MB link, and it comes in 1 GB link. So 500 MB link and 1 GB link. And if you are very new to this this concept, I mean, we are not very new to this concept. We all have internet at home. At home now, it's normal that at home we have 50 MB internet and 100 MB internet. And basically when we get this internet from these companies, they don't give us dedicated 50 MB. Basically they are giving us shared internet. And when we look at the speed we are getting, mostly if you're getting 50 MB, you will be getting anywhere from 35 MB to maybe and this is off peak hours. If it is peak hours, then it will reduce to 24 MB. So sometimes it reduces. So this is not a dedicated internet that we get at home. But when we get an Express Route and we buy 500 MB, it will be 500 MB 24/7. But how much it will cost? It will cost around anywhere from 100K, actually not 100K. It will be anywhere from 250K to $500,000 for this company to get a dedicated connection from this. And for 1 GB, it will be even more expensive. So the point here I wanted to make is that if we try to move this 100 TB over this very expensive link, then it will be very, very costly. So, and since this will be a one-time move because you're migrating this data, this is why instead of moving 100 TB over online, we can use Azure Data Box. What is an Azure Data Box? Azure Data Box will be something like this. So Azure Data Box, it starts from right here. So once you basically request this Azure Data Box service, Microsoft will send you a disk. Azure Data Box. In this data box, you will copy all the 100 TB within this Azure Data Box, and then Microsoft will take it in a truck and take it to the Azure Data Center, whatever the nearest Azure Data Center is. Let's say if in your city there is no data center, they will make it. They will make sure that your all data is secured and it will be delivered to wherever the data center is. So so yes, this will be lot cheaper as compared to the online. So once your data is in Azure Data Center, from there it will be uploaded to Microsoft Cloud, because this is from here, it is Microsoft's own responsibility, not your responsibility. So Azure Data Box is something that is known as Azure Data Box is used in migrations to move this huge big amount of data. So please understand, Azure Data Box is used to move 100 TB of data from on-premises, from physical data center to a Azure Data Center. What is the interview question is, can you not move 100 TB of data online? Yes, we can move 100 TB of data online, but it will be very, very expensive. So if the company is taking that direction to take that expensive route, all architects throughout the world would basically start cursing that person who would take this decision, using online to basically I mean, this is 100 TB of data. For large companies, when they move into cloud, they have even bigger data than this. But I would say that 100 TB of data, 100 TB of data, yes, if your express route is not used that much, and you move data bit by bit, not at one time. Maybe today you moved 1 TB, tomorrow you move another TB. Within the month you're moving, it is fine. But if you have 1000 TB of data or a huge number of data, then DataBox is a better choice. Ajmal asked a question, what is the difference between Direct Connect and Express Route? Ajmal, this is a question for tomorrow's lecture, which is networking. But just to answer your question, Direct Connect is VPN, site-to-site VPN, whereas Express Route is a dedicated internet. Okay, Riyaz asked a question, can we get info in the text form? Oh, yes. I forgot to start the text form today. Okay, so let me complete this building block, and then I will, in the review, I will start writing that within the text form. Okay. So guys, so how many things do we know from this diagram? So we know that Azure architecture, then Azure storage account has these 5 different pillars: file share, then we have blobs, then we have queues, tables, and archive. We also know that when a VM is created, it is stored in the storage disk as a OS disk. Then we use ASR, which is Azure Storage Site Recovery, to create an image and then create VMs in case if it goes down. And ASR is also used in migrations as well. Store Simple is a SAN on the cloud, and we have we discussed already that option as well. And then Azure Data Box is that option. Azure Data Box is is to move a large amount of data. Instead of moving the data, what we do, we request. Okay, so in Azure Data Box, always remember this, that when you request Azure Data Box, Microsoft will send you this disk. This is Microsoft disk. It is not our disk. It is not our storage. So this is a special data box that Microsoft will send, and this will be anywhere like, it will be, so let's see. Azure Data Box. So Azure Data Box will look like this. So this is Azure Data Box. It will come in a complete packing, and then we will copy everything. This is secured for traveling purposes. As you can see, this box is for 100 TB. This is for 1 PB, petabyte, and this is for 12 TB. So there are different type of Azure Data Box available. So so this Azure Data Box, if we don't request them, they won't give it to us. Then the only way is to use the Express route. The second thing that we need to remember about this is Azure Backup. Azure Backup is not stored in the storage account. So for interview purposes, we need to remember it is stored in a separate recovery vault. It is not part of the storage account. This is charged separately and this is charged separately. For monitoring purposes, just like VMs monitoring. So going back into your photo memory, when we went through the building blocks, and in the morning we went to the building block, monitoring and diagnostic is required in all of them, in all of the in all the services. So for the storage account, there is basic monitoring available. There is a basic monitoring available, and for advanced monitoring, there is log analytics. So log analytics, to go into the in-depth monitoring, this is paid. This is paid, whereas this basic monitoring is free. And we can also create alerts based on the monitoring. Riaz is asking a question, does data box is an extra cost? Yes, there will be a cost for a data box. There will be a cost for the data box, but it will be lot cheaper than ExpressRoute. It will be lot cheaper because yes, it's not a free service. There is a charge for the data box and the complete transaction. But when we compare this with the big picture, it will be lot cheaper than comparing to ExpressRoute. Okay. So monitoring is there. Then we have then within the storage account. So from this picture, how many things do we know? We know storage account. We know the 5 services. We know Store Simple. We know ASR, Azure Site Recovery, Azure Data Box, and then this connects to the virtual network. So storage account is also connected to the virtual network. I mean, with the virtual network, it connects to the VM. So virtual network, which is the next chapter. So we will discuss more in more detail. But storage account is also used with the CDNs. CDN is basically content delivery network. So CDN is a content delivery network. Content delivery network is used for basically it is mostly used for the website. So it is used for the website the website that is spread across multiple regions. So let's say this website is being accessed in US. The website is also being accessed in Canada. So website is also being accessed in Canada. And what is the time now? What is the time now? I don't want you guys to be exhausted. So we have 1 more hour to go. So in 6 minutes, we take a break of 5 minutes. We'll take a break of 5 minutes, and then we will create a storage account as well. So here, what do we need to understand? We need to understand a CDN. CDN is known as Content Delivery Network. It stands for what? It stands for Content Delivery Network. And Content Delivery Network is basically, and I think, and this is all basically in the slides as well. So we are covering a lot of slides here, but I will go through the slides too. But so where is my? So let's look at Content Delivery Network. So I'm going to say, so Azure CDN. Azure CDN is basically, if we change it to here, and Azure CDN is so what is the best? Yes, right here. So this is Azure CDN. So Azure CDN is used with, Azure CDN will be used with, and I can. So Azure CDN will be used with Content Delivery Network. So mostly it is used for the websites, number 1. Now, how is it used for the website? When the website is being accessed, we know that website is hosted on some server. So if the website exists here in some maybe UK or some European country, then the server is hosted here as well. But let's say once the website starts being famous and people are using this website from throughout the world, then what happens is the people sitting here in India, they can access the website. People sitting in Australia, they can access the website. In Africa, they're accessing the website, Brazil accessing the website, US, they're accessing the website. Now, if we don't use CDN, then definitely by default, people who are sitting in Europe, they can access the website in a normal manner. But for these people, website will be slow, because the website is only hosted here. For that, Microsoft provides something called CDN. And CDN, what happens is, as soon as the website, first of all, we need to know that which regions the website is being used more frequently. For example, if it in US, it is being used in more frequently, I will create a CDN location here. As soon as I create a CDN location here, and the first user accesses the website, what happens is that website page, not the complete website, but that page of the website, maybe that website has 50 pages, and that page, maybe this person is interested in looking at a few of the products, not the whole website. So those few pages that he accessed, those pages will be cached in this place. So the next time this person will access the page, he will access the page locally. What happens to the next user who will access the page? When the next person from US accesses the same website, he will access the same page. But let's say if there is a change in the page, in the source location, that will be automatically updated. But let's say this person accesses a new page. So that time it will, the request will be sent to the main server. That page will be cached here, and people will be start using this location. So this is what is known as content delivery network. In a content delivery site, websites are not by default fully copied in all of the locations. Only those pages that are used within that region, that location will be copied. For example, in Arab countries, there are Arab section of the page will be used, or maybe the Arabic translation of the website will be used. So here we will need to create a CDN, and only those pages will be replicated within this. So this is what is known as CDN. And if we can go here,
CDN ka full form?
content delivery network.
Okay.
Okay. So what am I looking for? Show. No, it can be, it's not only the website, it can be for file shares as well. Website is one example that I gave you. It can be for file share. It can be for anything within the storage, because maybe if it is a file share, that document folder is being accessed throughout the world as well. If it is one company and you have employees sitting in US, you have employees sitting in China, and they need to access, so that folder will be copied as well in different location. What about accessing the VM from CDN? So accessing the VM will be exactly the same way. It is once you enable, but remember that the more CDNs you enable and more services you enable for within CDN, that will be more and more costly. So so this needs to be properly planned, and it needs to be properly designed. Okay, so the next is the same. So the next is same thing. Okay, so before moving on to the next slide, and let's look at the time here. The time is 9:40. Okay, so everyone, let's create a storage account. So how many of you have Azure subscription? I know half of you have Azure subscription and account, and some of the people are joined today. Some of the people who are joined today, so please stay at the end of this lecture, and we will try to kind of make a strategy. How can we bring you up to speed, guys? Every month, this is a team effort. So we are working in a team. So please try to help everyone to bring them, to bring each other's up to speed. So if you have finished one lab, just offer your help to extend your help to others as well. Maybe your 5 minutes will save somebody 1 hour of time. So this, I mean, we are all helping out each other. This is one thing. And okay, and the second thing is we will go for a 5 minutes break. Everyone, let's create a storage account of our own. So, so I asked the question, how many people have Azure subscription? I need to understand that how many people are logged into Azure. So please just type yes if you're logged in. So we have Ashar, Sayed, Human, Atif, Maria, and Shakil. And Ajmal, we already have a storage account. Do you want new account? Yes, because the storage account that we created, was with the VM, and now we need to separately create a storage account. So let's create a new storage account so that we can see that how many other stuff is there. So yes, most of us have Azure storage account, and the people who doesn't have storage account, can you please type no in the chat window? So if you can please type no in the chat window if you don't have a storage account, just for me to know that we'll spend some extra time and then we will bring you up to speed. Okay, so Ashar is saying a separate storage account. Yes, a separate storage account. So what we need, so if you don't have a storage account, just keep looking at the screen. And then, I mean, it's really easy to create a storage account. And so in order to create a storage account, why do I need to create a storage account? So I need to create a storage account. So Ashar, you're saying that you're not logged into Azure. Did I ask that if you don't have a storage account, then type no? I said, so sorry. I said that if you don't have a subscription, then type no. If you have a subscription, then we're good. So what am I trying to do is creating a storage account. So we will go to this so we will go to this menu on the left and then go to storage account. So once we go into a storage account, everyone, you can, if you know how to create a storage account, just create a storage account and just type in the chat window, create it. So so I have one storage account here that was created for another service, maybe for the VM that I created, but we will create a new storage account. Let's say this storage account, we are not creating for VM, we are creating it for file share and container. So when we create a new storage account, we will need to provide a resource group. So you can use an existing resource group, or we can create a new resource group. So for this one, let's create a new resource group. I mean, you should know that we can create a new resource group as well. But remember, all the services within one resource group, they can communicate with each other. The services that are out of the resource group, they cannot communicate with each other. So, but if you need them to be communicated with each other, then we need to do some extra steps. So most of the time resource group is for one department, people who are working in the same section and all that. So this storage account is for our office. So office storage account 0001. So we are creating this storage account specially for our company documentation. Let's say we are working for hospital section, and within the hospital section, we need to keep the complete patient record information. And we don't want it to be, we want it to be managed separately and in cost wise, and also for the storage wise as well. So we are creating a storage account. First of all, resource group called Office Storage 0001, and we need to name this storage account. So here I'm going to name this storage account as so this is for Office ST, and this is SA001. So this was a storage account. So I should have, I mean, when we are creating storage account, it's better to name it according to the storage account. I should have called it Office RG. This is not a storage account. This is a resource group. So I'm going to create another storage. I am going to create another resource group here with the proper name. So why I'm changing this, because this is a resource group, it's not a storage account. So I'm going to call this RG001 so that I know that this is a resource group. So the resource group is this, and the storage account name is Office storage account 001. It is in the East US region. So I'm going to change it to Canada Central. I change it to Canada Central because same reason, because I can see all of the, this region has all of the cloud services. Next one is performance tier. Performance tier is basically, would you want to have the storage account as standard or premium? Now, standard storage account will have HDDs. It will have the simple disks. So if we go to the performance tier here, it says the standard storage accounts are backed by magnetic tapes and provide the lowest cost per GB. So this is for the test and dev environments, and premium will give you a complete, premium will give you basically a premium disk. It will give you a premium storage. But remember, when you get a premium storage account, then it will start charging. So then your question will be that in the real environment, which storage account should we create? So the thumb rule is that for test and dev environment, we use a standard storage account, and for the production environment we use premium storage account. So that is the thumb rule. That's what we need to remember. Then we have storage types. So we have storage type of storage v2 general purpose 2, and then the account type, and storage general purpose 1 and blob storage. Now within this, most of the time we go with general purpose 2. General purpose 2 type of storage account. So first of all, these two, both general purpose, one is older and one is newer. So one is older, one is newer. So in both of them, we can create everything. So remember that from the building blocks, we know there are 5 things can be created within a storage account. We can create containers, we can create file share, we can create queues, we can create tables. So if I go with general purpose account, I can create all 4 of them. But if I select blob storage, then only I can create blobs in this. So this is only used for if you have large files to be kept and unstructured data, and you don't need to create, you don't have any requirement for this storage account where you need to create queues or tables and all that. So this will only be selected when it is only specific for blob storage. We go with general purpose 2, and there are some differences. We will go through the slides and see, but in general, this is older technology. This is newer technology just for backward compatibility. And here we use storage v2. So all the 5 things will be available. How do I select Azure File Only? Azure File Only, Ajmal is asking a question. How do you select Azure File Only? You can create a storage account, then you can get a general purpose, and you can just select, you can create a file share. Don't create queue, don't create anything, because you're not charged for those services being there. When you start using those services, then you will be charged. So if you just need a file share only, then you just go with storage general purpose 2 or general purpose 1. General purpose 2 we go with. And here it is the same explanation that I did. General purpose storage account provides storage for blob, file, and tables. Whereas if you go with just blob, it will be just a blob storage. Then the next thing is the replication technology. So here I'm going to go with just the LRS technology. There is 3 more technologies available. So one is zone redundant storage, then geo redundant storage, then we have read-only geo redundant storage. Now, in order to understand this, LRS, which is a default option, in this option, remember when I said that every data will have 3 copies within the data center. Remember we said that every data will have 3 copies within the data center. So though if we go with just this option, then those 3 copies will be in the 3 different locations within the same data center, or within another data center within the same, it will be with this option, the 3 copies will be in the same data center within 3 physical racks. So the storage unit will be different, but they are in the same data center if we go with this. But let's say, and this is free, by the way, this option is free and you don't have to pay any extra amount for LRS. But let's say you're saying, no, keep my third copy in another zone, in another data center, in another place. So then you can select with ZRS. Then Microsoft will make sure that you have 2 copies within the same data center, and the third copy is sitting in another data center within the same region. But if you are saying, no, not in the same city data center, put it in across the region. So 1 copy, just keep it in China. And 2 copies, keep it in US. Then we go with geo redundant storage. And just by the name and explanation, you can see that zone, that this is the cheapest. This is free actually. And then this is more expensive, and the most expensive is this one. But you have another option as well. You can keep a third copy within China, but that is read only. So the copy is sitting there. It is being keep on updated, but you cannot add to that different copy. So so this replication technology is ZRS, and it is ZRS and LRS and GRS, and we will go into more detail. But here, this is to keep the 3 copies. So replication, and we will go into the slide and have more detail on this as well. But replication is, where do you want to keep the 3 copies? Do you want to keep them locally? So keep LRS. If you want to keep them in multiple data centers within the same zone, then it is ZRS. If you want to keep it in a completely different region, then it is GRS. And you want to keep it in China, but read only, then it is read-only access. For now, we're going to go with LRS. The last option here is blob access tier. Blob access tier is hot or cold. Hot means that in this storage account, in which storage account? In this storage account, there will be most frequently used data. So every day people will be using this data. Then we can go with hot tier. If you say, no, it is a cold tier, sometimes we will access it. It's not the most frequently accessed data. People are accessing it, but it's not as rigorously as any other, as a log file. So then it will be hot tier. So Ashar is saying my was default on read-only geo. Do you know why? So it is default on read-only geo. Maybe what is your region that you selected? So it is but you do have other options too. You do have other options too, right? So Ashar is saying it's the US. Yes. So it may be because of the region that is selected in that region. Maybe it is, I don't have any explanation for this, that why is it read only selected, but by default it is LRS, but you can select any one of them. So Atif is asking a question, any cost differences between hot and cold? Yes. Hot and cold, yes, there is a cost difference. If you select hot, then then the cost will be different. If you select cold, it will be different. Yes. So this is cheaper, and this is here. If we go to the definition, the account access tier is default tier that is inferred by any blob without any explicit set tier. The hot access tier is ideal for frequently accessed data, and cool access tier is ideal for infrequently accessed data. So the archive access tier can only be set for the, so here is the explanation. Yes. So Ajmal is asking a question, if we don't know it is hot tier and cold tier, then we can select. Yes, if you can select this option, you can change it as well later on. It can be changed later on. But the one thing that you cannot change later on is this performance tier. If you select standard now, it cannot be changed unless we delete the storage account and recreate the storage account. So this needs to be planned before that. What is the purpose of this storage account? And the next thing is networking. In the networking, it is connectivity. Would it be access to public or private? So we're just going to leave that as is. And networking route, we will go into more detail in networking chapter. Data protection, you need to turn on point in time restore or point in time soft delete for blob storage. Now there is a soft delete option as well. Soft delete enables you to recover blobs that are previously marked for deletion, and including blobs that were overwritten. So this option, but remember, these are all options are paid. Once you select these options, and it depends on the size of your storage, it can become very, very expensive. So for now, we're going to leave these options as is. And Human is asking a question: do we have instructions to create a storage account in Real Job? So exactly, this is how you create a storage account in Real Job. There are no instructions. Nobody will give you instruction. They will provide you information. So they would say, in the real environment, they would say, we need a storage account. We need a storage in Azure. So this is exactly how it works in the real environment. We need a storage in Azure for our file share, and that file share needs to be 30 GB in size, and it has to be kept within the same region. We cannot take this out of US because of legal requirements. So that this is kind of a scenario that in the real environment, you as a cloud architect or an admin, then you need to, mostly this is an architect's decision. They decide and they will give it to you, and then you will just apply it as it is provided. Ajmal is asking a question: can we move our on-premises file share data by using the Robo copy to Azure? Yes, RoboCopy can be used, and there are other utilities that can be used to move data from the file share to AZ copy. So in Azure, there is another tool that is almost equal to RoboCopy, that is known as AZ copy. And not just the AZ copy, there are other tools as well. So here, this is the security. Secure data transfer required, allow blob public access and minimum. We will discuss that in the security chapter. We will discuss that in the security chapter with permission. So Ajmal is asking a question: can we move data using with permissions? Yes, we can move data with permissions using AZ copy and then other tools as well. I know that why you're saying RoboCopy, because with RoboCopy you can move data with permissions. So here, large file shares.
Part of Azure. What is RoboCopy?
Yes, RoboCopy is a tool to copy data from one disk to another. It's just a simple tool, just like if you have, it's like you need to copy something in USB. So you can drag the file to USB, or if you know a tool like RoboCopy, you can copy the data from your computer to a USB. But then what is special about RoboCopy? The special thing about RoboCopy, that it copies the permissions and securities as well. Normally, when you copy a file from one place to another, the permissions are gone. Let's say on your computer, it's a very important document, and that document is so important that you don't want your even family to open it. But as soon as you copy that document from your computer to USB drive, the permissions are gone. Anyone can open that document now. So RoboCopy will make sure that permissions are intact, and wherever the file goes, the permissions are there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So in here, there are tags. So I'm going to create the storage account now. We're not using the tags here. And once the storage account is created, then we will start using. So
My validation failed.
Sorry?
My validation failed.
Okay, so when your validation is failed, look at the red spot, where the red spot is on this menu. So is it on the basic networking, or where is it?
Field can contain only lowercase letters and numbers. Number must be between 3 and 24 characters for storage account name.
Sorry?
For storage account name, it's not letting me use the capital letters. I think that's
Okay. Yeah, so with the storage account, you only need to use small letters. Okay, so Ajmal is asking a question: what is a data lake storage? Ajmal, data lake storage is used for big data analysis. Big data analysis, which means when you have these banks, when they run accounting reports at the end of the month, and they need to go through huge big transactions, so they use a tool like data lake solutions. Okay, so guys, so we have half an hour more. Uh, do we need a break, or should I continue?
No, I think break.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, so let's take 5 minutes break, and after 5 minutes we will continue and the storage chapter. So Asher, you asked a question. Can you explain what is a hot and cool option? Yes, I will explain that. Uh, Machabin asked the question, is there a storage account? We will have only data, no OS image. Yes, the one that we are creating, it won't have any OS images. Yes, so when we create a storage account separately, then storage disks are not stored in the storage account that we create. Storage account, OS disk automatically goes into another storage account where the VMs are created. And Asher, once the break is over, then I'll explain the difference between hot and cool. So this will be for everyone as well. Hello, everyone. Welcome back after the break. And I hope that we are kind of a bit freshen up. So. Okay. So a few questions during the break time. So one question from Usher is, can I explain hot and cold tier? Basically, hot and cold tier is hot and cold tier. So hot tier is considered as a disk. So let's say you have a USB drive. I will call it a hot USB drive if you're using it every day. Okay. And if I'm using the same disk sometimes, I mean, not frequently, maybe once a week, then it is known as cold tier. So when we create a storage account, we need to select this, that if this storage account will be used every day, then we can select hot tier. If this is infrequently used, then we can select it cool tier. Then what is the difference? The difference is hot tier will be expensive and it will be more costly, whereas cold tier will not be that expensive. And what type of data can we store in cold tier and hot tier? In cool tier, we can store data for the test environment, training environment, archival data, that we know that that data won't be used that won't be used frequently. And what can be stored in hot tier? Hot tier is always that data that is always used, like log files that are always updated, like Exchange server, maybe emails that are every day used. So hot tier is used for frequently used disk, and cool tier is infrequently used. Then another question from Metabeen is, can we not create a storage account in the existing resource group? And that question is related to the other question. In this storage account, we will have only data, no OS disk? Yes. So on this storage account that we are creating now, we don't have any storage disk. We don't have any OS disk. And then you asked the second question, can we not create a storage account in the existing resource group? Yes, the resource group will be same, but the storage account will be different. For example, if I go to a storage account here, I have two storage accounts now. One storage account is automatically created for basic monitoring. So that is when we created the VMs, that storage account is created for this. And this other storage account, which is storage account V2 general purpose that we just created, it is created for so this storage account won't be used for the VMs. We're just keeping it separate. The other question from Shakil is, can we create an existing resource group as well? Yes, we can create storage account in the existing resource group, and it is recommended to create storage account in the existing resource group so that other services can also use it. For example, if I go to my all services here and I go to all resources, within all resources, I can see within all resources, I have all types of resources here. So I have here, this is a network security group. We will go through this later on, virtual network. So this is one storage account. There is one virtual machine. Virtual machine is sitting in this resource group, which is IT department, whereas my storage account, so this storage account is sitting in this group, but this other storage account is not sitting in this group. Now, what is the drawback of this? So I cannot, if I create a file share, that file share cannot be used with this virtual machine. So so the storage account should be created in the same resource group and from the beginning. And then Atif asked the question, when Microsoft start charging for our recently created storage account, Microsoft will start charging as soon as we start using that storage account. Now, when you created a storage account, there is nothing in that storage account. But when you have a file share in that storage account, it starts using that one few kilobytes, then you will start seeing some charges there. Yes. Ajmal is asking a question. How do we share that office storage account to our office employees, and can we mount it to office employees? So yes, good questions, guys. So let's go into this storage account, and I will answer that as well, because this is the answer to this question. How do we use the storage account? How do we share the storage account with other employees? For that, we need to go into that storage account. And before going there, what I will do, I will create quickly another storage account within IT department, because we need to share that file with the VM that we have in my existing resource group. So I'm going to go into storage account and quickly will create a storage account within IT department. So the reason why I created the storage account not in this resource group, so that I wanted to show you that you can create resource groups as well. I mean, we should try everything, not keep on using the same storage resource group, but just to show you. So for now, I'm going to create a storage account within IT department. So the name is, so this is PAS storage account 001. It is in the same location where I am, and standard, it will be a standard general purpose 2. And here this time it is selected read only, and I'm going to select it LRS. So I'm not going to go with read only because I have no intention to copy this to have this storage account available in another region. And I'm going to go with cold storage, not hot storage. And I'm just going to create this storage account. Rest of the things I'm not changing. So it will go through a validation wizard, and it will basically create the storage account. So while it is creating a storage account, I can work with the portal in another tab. So you can work with as many tabs as you like. So I can log into the other tab, because this one, I just want to keep an eye on this. You don't need to go into another tab, but I'm just showing it to you that you can open Azure in another tab with the same login and keep working on this. So you can open multiple sessions within Azure as well. So while you can keep an eye on this, I don't open many tabs because I work on the same tab, and I can just change it to the storage account where I need to work to while this is under progress. This is in progress. So here I can see notification. In notification, I can see this was being deployed, and it is now deployed. The storage account is created. So I can refresh this. And somehow it's not nowadays. I mean, normally it does refresh, but it is taking some minutes before it can bring it here, but we can always go from here as well. So now I am in that storage account. So there are few things that we need to remember about the storage account. Everyone, if you're in the storage account, first of all, overview. In the overview, you have resource group, which is part of this. And then here it is a cool storage LRS. So as a Azure admin, before making any changes, read the screen. We need to read the screen. If you're in the right place, if you're in the right options, if the right configuration is done. So here it is, everything looks right to me. And here you can add the tags as well. So for example, if you forgot to add the tag in the beginning, here I can provide a tag. So department is IT. So this is IT department. So I provided a tag. You can write tags. Tag is just a tag. It can be IT department. It can be where the file. I mean, it can just show us, a price tag or something like that. So here, and then these are the 4 things that we can do. So you can create a container, you can create a file share, you can create a table, and you can create a queues as well. And on this side, mostly it is the same as all other resources. You have overview, you have activity log, and then you have IAM who will have access to this. Then you have tags, then you have data transfer, and there are some other things. So first of all, let's go into a container. And yes, so before I create a container and a file share, let me show you how do you secure this storage. So in order to secure this storage account, there are three things that are available. There is access keys, then there is SAS keys, and there is encryption. So you can completely encrypt this storage account, and it will be accessed only by the people who are, I mean, this will be completely encrypted. This will provide complete encryption. And then encryption will be that it will be, once you enable encryption, by default, it is not enabled. So when this data is being used remotely, the data will be encrypted if we encrypt this now. The second thing is access keys. Access keys is an access. So access key is right here. Access key is used to provide these access keys for the developers who needs to use this storage account as a storage. Raza asked the question why they call tabular. Tabular simply refers to a table. I think they named it tabular. Majabin is asking why blob is not here. It's not here because it is changed to they changed the name to container. So blob is basically a container now. I'm going to go back to these later on. So let's go through the overview here. So this is basically a blob storage. Containers are blobs. This is a file share. This is table. I mean, they call it table, and they're also calling that tabular data. Basically, they are referring to it's some kind of tables data that has rows and columns, and it has that information. Okay, why? Yeah, archive is here too. Archive is here in the menu. It's different. It is a new option, but here, yes, for now, let's create archive is a different option, but you can create a archive storage as well. So we have container, we have file share, we have table. So let's first create a container. So I'm gonna quickly go here and create a container. Now, when you create a container, there is a difference between a container and a file share. A container, you cannot access it like a file share. So basically, container looks like a folder. So if I go to a container now, and I create a container. So container is for, let's say it is a container for web document, web images. So it is for the web images, and yes, we cannot have capital letters here. So containers, video files, yes, container, remember that we can have all type of files in this. So, but there is a difference between file share and a container. So a container, the access we can provide a private, no anonymous access. And then we can provide a blob anonymous read-only access, and then we can provide an anonymous read access for containers and blobs. So here we are going to provide a container type of access, private access, meaning you need to explicitly provide permissions to someone in order to have access to this. Containers, anonymous read-only access for containers, and blobs, meaning that this container can be used within application by developers as well. So for now, I'm just going to go with all container access. All container and blob data can be read by anonymous request. Clients can enumerate blobs within the container by anonymous request. So within the advanced is encryption. We are not using any encryption. So one thing that we need to remember, we cannot have container inside a container. So container is a separate entity. Once the container is created, then what we can do is we can call this container. We can connect to this container from anywhere using code, using coding, and this container will be used as an online repository. So where is it? So if I select this here, and if I go here, I can go into container policies. We have access policies, acquire lease of this container, and then change access level. We can add meta data, and which is, so properties here. So this is how we can access this container now. So if I go to this URL and try accessing it here, let's see. So yes, it is saying that, so basically there is nothing inside the file at the moment. So it does not appear to have any, yeah, it doesn't have anything. So, but this is how we can access our container. Mostly this will be accessed through a code. And then you can, so what can we have in this container? So I'll go into the container. Actually, let's first create a file share, then it will be more clear working a difference between a container and a file share. So going back to a storage account. And so this is the storage account. And we are going into file share now. So within the file share, I will create a file share now. And I will name it documents office documents. The quota, we can set it for, let's say 5 GB. Okay, again, small letters and create. So this is created and I can go here within this file share, and here I can connect to this. I can create more directories. So I can create a directory called images. Okay, and now in order to connect to this, all I need to do is go to the connect. So it is a file share, remember that, and we need to connect it. We can connect it to the Windows machine, Linux machine, Mac machines. So here, all you need to do is to take this code. So I'm going to copy this code right from here. So first of all, I created a file share, I created images, and then I created a folder, and then I click on connect. And then this time I need to connect this to one of the VMs. So I will copy this code. And once you copy the code, you need to go into that VM. Remember that we created this VM, and this VM needs to be in the same resource group. So this VM, I will go into command prompt. So I will go into a command prompt. And here I will copy that command. So it is not recognized. Okay, so this one is not a command. And okay, so what did we do? Okay, sorry, this was a PowerShell command. So there is a, sorry, it was a PowerShell command. Let me see. This is, yes, this is a PowerShell command. So we need to open. So there are two types of prompts, everyone. So there is a simple prompt and there is this PowerShell prompt, PowerShell command where we can run PowerShell command. So here I ran this command and it is it the same command? Testing the connection. So it attempts to test the connection and hold on. Okay, it is created now. So how do we know that if it is created now? So we can go into folder, and this is where that share is created. And if I can go into this, this is the folder that we created in that storage account. So I can create more folders in this. So let's create more folders. Let's say videos. And we can create another folder called groups. And then what we can do, we can go back and see that if it is part of the storage account. So I can go and refresh. So yes, all of them are created. So, I mean, this is how the file share can work. So main purpose of a file share is that we can create a folder and it will be used as a file share, and then you can use it for all of the other ones. And you don't have to remember these commands. So all you need to do is to copy the command and then take it there. The same thing you can do it with the Linux machine and Mac OS as well. If you have Mac OS, all you need to do is copy it. But remember that this the resource group and the region has to be the same. If the region is different or the resource group is different, it cannot be done. Now, if we go back now to container, so container is a little bit different. So container is a little bit different. If I go into a container and container is, if I open container here, so what I can do, I can upload stuff to this container. I can upload, so this is a container, I can upload, I can change access level, and I can use it as a link. So this container cannot be mounted as a, it cannot be mounted as a folder. So but this container can be referred to in the in scripts in websites where it can be used, and it will be used as a FTP. You can say it's a FTP site, so where you can upload stuff and you can use it, but you cannot mount it as a disk. So we can upload something here. So I can go and select an image, and okay, yeah, these are my different CVs. You know, you need to make CVs for all these different stuff. So I'm gonna upload this one. Yes, so Ajmal is asking a question. Is it a secure to upload? It is a secure FTP. So first of all, yes, it provides basic level of encryption, but yes, it cannot, no, it's not HTTP enabled, but if we enable encryption, if we use the encryption service in this, then it will be like a secure FTP. So it's uploading this document here, and okay. So while it is being uploaded, before we can end this session and we can continue with the storage in the next lecture as well, there is something that I wanted to share. So what else do we have? Yes, one more thing. There is something called Storage Explorer. Now, Storage Explorer is a utility. It's like a Windows Explorer. If you need to access the Storage Explorer, wow, yeah, my resume is 275 MB. Can't be. No, that was not a resume. That was a file. I didn't upload my resume. Yeah, there will be a resume maybe of a maybe a 1,000-year-old person. So that is not my resume. Okay, so one thing that we need to remember, guys, open in Explorer. So Explorer is a new tool. It's not a new tool. It's the tool was there long time back, 6-7 years. Now they added it in the portal. Before we used to enable this tool, actually still we have to go outside and download the tool. The main purpose of the Storage Explorer, guys, just bear with me 2, 3, 4 or 5 minutes more here. For the Explorer, with the Explorer, we can access the tool without the we can access storage account without the portal. So accessing so in order to access the storage account, we can access the storage account right from the portal. Or if you don't want to access the account from the portal, what you can do, you can use Storage Explorer. So Storage Explorer is that utility. If I go to the Storage Explorer, I think I have to download it once, and then you can independently use this storage. So here, I mean, in the Storage Explorer, while this is downloading the utility, I think within the notification, it is downloading. So, oh, this is uploading the cloud management something. This is a huge big document that it's uploading. I'm not sure what that is. It is
the same which you are uploading for the container.
Yeah, that is basic. That is the video, the last lecture's video that is being uploaded. Okay. So that is why it's 275 MB. Okay, so this is the one. So guys, Storage Explorer, once we download the Storage Explorer, it will look like this. It will have the blob containers, it will have file share. So if I can expand, it will show us everything, but there is no need to log into the portal. So if I can go quickly here, because this will take only 2 minutes. Open Storage Explorer. You can download the Storage Explorer from here. It is going to the Microsoft website where we can download the Explorer, and then we can connect to the Explorer. So you can download for Windows version. And we can store it here. And once it is downloaded, then we need to use our subscription account. So whatever your subscription account and password is, then you will be able to connect to this. Where is it used? The Storage Explorer can be used for the people that needs to access the storage, that needs to access the folder for uploading or downloading the documents. Maybe for the call center, and with specific access, they can only see what you provide them with their access. So it is done. And it is saying, do you want to install? So I'm going to install it just for me.
And can you just see, where can we see that which we uploaded on the container?
Where can we see what?
We just uploaded something to the container, right? From where we can see that?
Right. So you can see it. So let me just start the setup here. You can see it right from here. We can go to the storage account, and within the storage account, we can go to container, and in the container, once you click on the container, you will see that the file will be there.
We cannot see it on the virtual machine.
No. Okay. So that's the big difference between a container and a file share. Container, you cannot see that on a virtual machine. Okay. Container will be sitting in the storage account. You can upload and download it. You can use it by using the link. But for the file share, you can see that as a drive, and you can upload and download anything. So it's right here. The files that we uploaded. Should be here. Is it uploaded?
It's not finished yet.
Or maybe it failed. It shouldn't fail. And normally this portal will take some time before it can show. So activity, within the activity log, we can find out. So put the file share, we put the file share, list the file share, and 4 minutes back, list the account. I think this will take some time before it can, maybe a few minutes. Okay. So what else do we need to do? So yes. So guys, so storage, yes, we were just finishing this one lab. So Storage Explorer is being downloaded. Please download Storage Explorer on your machine as well, and connect to the Storage Explorer just to experience the Storage Explorer. And once you complete a lab, once you go through this, it will be easier for you to explain that in the interviews.
Okay, if it is possible, as soon as we finish this class, if you upload this video, because I think I have to see it again.
No problem. No problem. This video, because it will be around 4 hours, it will take maybe 2 more hours to download this, and then it will convert this, then I will be able to upload. So please allow me a few hours before this video is uploaded, okay?
For us, it will be night, in the morning, if I can get it, that's fine.
Yeah, sure. You will. Okay. So guys, everyone, this is all for today, and that's it. And tomorrow we will, and yes, we wanted to ask that how many of you will agree to alternate days class. So at
You
the
know what? Everybody has a different preference. I would say rather than having 4 hours class, I should have 4 classes of 2 hours each.
Man, this is, I mean, that depends on the students' availability. There are so many people. And I think in the beginning it was discussed and people were not interested in, I mean, the whole week classes. So, but what we can have is Friday evening and Sunday evening.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, at the moment it's going fine, but maybe in a while I may also think that way, but I'm not sure. Honestly, I feel like rather than spending 4 hours together, there should be 4 classes of 2 hours each.
Yes, I wish that too, but you know, it's basically the timing. I mean, I'm busy too for the whole week, and plus you guys will be busy too. I mean, it will be very difficult for everyone to come on to just four classes per week. Okay, so I will provide you with the dumps as well, and it will be shared in the WhatsApp group, guys. Storage Explorer is being opened, so you can open a Storage Explorer. So Riaz is saying he's okay with Sunday. So let's see how many people are okay with Sunday. Atif is saying Sunday evening is good, which means that then you will have one day in between in which you can complete the lab. And Abdul is saying Friday and Saturday is good for him. And Ashar is saying, where do you put the file storage script on the VM? Yes, Ashar, you can open PowerShell command. PowerShell command is that blue command. I can show it to you. It is right here. So if you're on this, you can open this. If you're looking at the screen, this is a PowerShell command and you just copy it here. And Ajmal is saying Friday and Saturday is good. Okay, so I think we have 50-50. So Ashar last time provided a link. I will share that link on the WhatsApp. Please use the link and poll for this option. So if we have more people, then we can request everyone else to basically maybe one day is one day off is good, so that you can review everything from the last lecture and then move on to the next lecture. Because I agree that in one day 4 hours class and then the next day 4 hour class, that will be a little bit difficult for people who are new to this technology.
Where is that File Explorer? I found that Storage Explorer. Where is File Explorer?
File Explorer option within the portal.
Yeah.
Okay, it is right here. If you're looking at the screen, File Explorer option is right here. So
That is Storage Explorer.
I'm sorry. It is a Storage Explorer. I mean, it's like a File Explorer. I said it's like a File Storage Explorer, but it is called a Storage Explorer.
So then you said you have to download it from where?
Yes. So once you go to the overview, okay, Ajmal, thank you so much. Whoever wants to leave, they can leave. But the new guys, please just stay for 10 minutes and we can discuss a plan to bring you up to speed. So Shakil, you're saying where is the Explorer? It's right here. Open the Explorer. So if you're looking at this,
overview,
and then you can download.
Yeah.
Adnan?
Yes.
Hey, I was in your networking class, the first class that you had last week, right? And you had this one suggestion in there, and I like that very much. People like me need to have that thing. Would you pair us with someone who is like I'm not from IT background. All I know the hardware.
Yes. The grouping.
So grouping. If you I mean
Sure.
pair up with the depend upon who's maybe we have 12 people, 14 out of 14, 7 would be the good at it. So we can pair with the weak of them. I can say I'm one of them.
Excellent. So And very good. Yep, it's good that you reminded. And Atif is saying that he can volunteer, guys. Thank you, Atif, so much. So Riaz, you can start working with Atif. Connect with Atif. And I would request Ajmal as well. Ajmal has done a lot of labs, and Shakil was there too, doing complete the lab. So we can I mean work in a group. So you have, after the weekend, you have 5 days. I would request that if you can meet over the phone, you can meet over the phone, or if you're close by, you can have a meeting in the library, or maybe Tim Hortons as well.
I'm very far from everyone, buddy.
Okay, no problem. You
But
can,
I can, if you add me to WhatsApp group, I can take a number from WhatsApp and communicate with
okay,
Atif.
okay.
Thank you,
So,
Atif, for appreciate that.
excellent. So Atif is here. So you can link with Atif. I will add you to the WhatsApp group as well. Atif, can you share your number here with Riaz so that you can start working together? Thank you so much. Okay. And then we can finalize group for tomorrow. So that is it. That is it for today, everyone. We can continue tomorrow. So if anyone wants to log off, that is that will be excellent. Okay, so the people who are new, can you type new in the chat window so that I know that how many? Thank you, Human. Good night. So I think the newer name is Abdul, and Better Call Saul is one. If you can unmute your mic, you can let me know. Okay, so Majibin is saying that didn't do much practical, but not new. So can you quickly type in the chat window, Abdul, and if I can get a name for Better Call Saul, that will be excellent. And Majibin, how many, I mean, are you already in IT, or this is the first time you're in here? And Dell Latitude. So I know it is getting the name from your computer automatically. So this is why the names are displayed. So first question for all of you, if you're already in IT industry, or this is new. So if you're already in IT, just type you're in IT, and but you're new to cloud. So Avas, okay, thank you, Avas. So you're saying you're new to this class as well, but Avas, can you tell me, are you already aware of servers and login and basic understanding of servers?
Yes, I do have.
Okay. Okay, very good. Right. So, and Mahjabeen is saying she's in IT as well. And what about Abdul? Okay, so what we can do, are you guys available within the week? So this class is Friday evening, and it is Saturday evening, and tomorrow we can decide that if we can move it to Sunday evening. So if you guys are available within the week, then I can arrange a timing for you to go through the first lecture and second lecture. So meaning evening of Tuesday or Thursday.
I'm available. Can you, I mean, for me, it would be fine.
Wes, I'm sorry, we cannot hear you properly. So Majibin is saying Tuesday is fine. Wes, Tuesday would be fine for you? Tuesday evening, 6 p.m. EST?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I was saying that's fine. Weekdays are fine. The only also I was suggesting that if you can even share those recordings, it'll be okay with me.
Oh yeah, that's a good
to
idea.
go over.
Right.
rather you spending, I don't know, I mean, you're busy. So spending that time, I would say share those recordings for those 2 days. And if we have questions, we can ask you.
Excellent, excellent. You know, if this can be done, that will be excellent. But if you can go through the recordings, I know these recordings are 3 hours, 3.5 or 4 hours. Once you go through the recording, again, I'm willing to set up a session where we can, you know, clear out the any new things or confusions, questions, concerns in regards to the other lectures.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So one thing is that I need to share with you. Did Amin Bhai added you to the WhatsApp group? Are you part of the WhatsApp group?
I am.
Okay. Okay. And Mahjabeen, are you part of the WhatsApp group? And we have Abdul. Abdul, you can unmute your mic as well if you just want to share. Okay. Good night, Atif. Okay. So what I will do, I will share all the 3 videos from the last classes, and then you guys can go through the videos. And if you have any questions, then we can set up a session, a separate session. I mean, we just went through the basics, understanding cloud, and most of it I review in every lecture. Every lecture I review from the beginning, but in the videos, you will get more details.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay, if there are no further questions, I will share with you all of the information, and we will see each other tomorrow.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.